Maybe.
Noel?
Joined the meeting.
Good morning.
How's it going?
It's going. I spent 2 hours trying to replace the floater thing in my toilet because it's been giving me problems. And trying to tighten it so it wouldn't leak out the bottom of the toilet was a nightmare.
Did you finally get it?
Yeah, it's mostly good, but I put a little cup under there, and it's got like the tiniest bit of leakage, so I'm gonna have to revisit that again.
Got it.
How's things for you guys?
Good. We got our shots yesterday, got our vaccinations yesterday, so.
First or second?
First.
First, okay.
So, yeah. Soon we'll get it.
You guys doing Pfizer or are you guys doing Moderna?
Moderna is what they had for us, so we took it.
So, approximately 4 weeks, you get your second shot. Just be prepared. It can be a roller coaster.
The second one?
Yeah.
I heard the second one's it can be tougher, so we'll see.
Yeah, some people didn't have any side effects. I was out about 2 days after.
Really?
Yeah. The second day is worse, but then it was gone pretty fast. I used Tylenol for the first day after, and then what's it called? Advil for the second day, and by 5 o'clock the second day, the symptoms didn't come back. It was mostly headaches and body aches, but.
Got it.
Hi guys, it's Sean. I'll just be listening.
All right.
Okay, how's it?
Things are good here. Just got back from the beach with my daughter.
Nice. Nice way to spend Sunday.
Yeah, it's rough. We slept in. We went and had a lunch at the Natural Cafe. We hiked the beach for a couple of miles, and now we're laying in bed. She's playing Minecraft, and I'm listening to you guys.
Roblox.
Oh, she corrects me. She's on Roblox now.
Oh, Roblox. Okay. Boy.
I'm sure Kevin will be on pretty soon. He's been on Roll20 working on his character.
Alright.
But he may have just stepped away. And for you, Sean, I think Eric's going to join, but he said, but he may be a little late. Although you may have seen that.
Yeah.
Cloak of Excellence? Where did this come from?
Where's that?
I don't know. Some on my character sheet in equipment, there's a Cloak of Excellence.
Oh, I might have been testing you. I might have been using you for testing. I probably just dropped that on there because I think not even recently. I think it was probably on there last time, or maybe it was just after last time. I was trying to do something where I was like testing out macros that'll like auto add things to people's inventory, and that sounds like what I was
Yeah.
testing. So
Yeah, I had a Cloak of Excellence and a Potion of Healing.
yeah, unless you think you had those, they probably weren't. Because I don't think that's a spoiler. I'm pretty sure there's no Cloak of Excellence in this one either. I think I just literally was trying out different things. Because I think what I wanted to do was give you to drop the. Yeah, I think it was before the last one. Because I think I wanted to drop the oysters in your, like, figure out a way to like automatically like just drop the oysters in your thing. But still working on some of these things.
I see. Oh, did you see they're removing the PHB +1?
Yeah, I saw. Big.
I wanted that +1.
No,
now you have no limit.
basically, yeah, the old thing was that you could only use the player's handbook or one other book and one other book, so you couldn't use.
And one other.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
so
one
now
other
it's
book.
whatever. I just
Now
didn't want to lose the +1.
No. It's you get all the books because the problem is like Tasha's is basically in many cases has a whole bunch of things that are kind of almost a restatement of the player's handbook and are intended to be sort of like for everyone, not just. And so it became like, okay, how are they going to do it? And I think
I was going with Xanthar's because it's got all the cool shit.
Yep. And then but then your character, your race is from Volos. So you actually wouldn't be able to use Xanathars because although I think they qualified that you could, right? If your race was from Volos, you could use Xanathars as your +1.
So race wasn't included in the +1 anymore.
Oh, that's right. But it used to be.
It used to be before this season.
Yeah, so Sean, you would have, as a Goliath, you only could use the player's handbook, which totally blows. It just was like, the whole thing was lame, so they just changed it.
Glad it's no longer lame.
That's right. Exactly. Okay, I think we're on. I think we are on. Any questions before we get started? Everybody?
Don't think so.
Okay. And just to let you guys know, we are recording, so watch your language. Now you can say whatever you want. It's only for us, but anyway, let's see here. That's all. And what if Roll20 stopped working for me? No, there it goes.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah.
If you were talking before, we could not.
You could not hear me. How does it sound? Okay, or faint, or?
It's a little better now. It seems like just as you were talking there, you were turning up the volume. It sounded like.
I was not making any change. Let me try one thing.
You are very. It does sound a little bit like. It just sounds like you're a bit far away. Like there's a lot of when you talk, there's a bit of background noise and things.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
That's way better.
Okay. I had to switch to the built-in mic, which then you could hear me, and then I switched back to this mic, and then you could hear me again. It's technology.
I hooked up my Vax.
Oh boy.
All righty. Let's get this thing started. We got a lot to cover today, folks. Everybody good with where you are? Wow, I wonder if this is because I'm recording. I'm not sure what. Anyway.
Oh, geez. So, I just before we get started, I was looking at a combination that I didn't think was gonna work, but I looked at Booming Blade and Warcaster. So Warcaster allows you to use a cantrip as an attack of opportunity, and Booming Blade if they willingly move 5 feet or more before the end of your next turn, they take extra damage. So if they're trying to retreat and you hit them and they continue moving, then they take the full damage, which is, it can be avoidable if they don't move, right? I was like, I thought it would have
Booming
to
Blade
be,
normally works?
I wasn't sure if it was one of those where on their next turn, if they move, with the wording on that.
Got it.
Kind of like the trickiness with True Strike, because you can't use it with the Eldritch Knight thing because it's the next turn, your next turn, you get advantage instead of, getting your advantage on your bonus attack after. But anyway, it just blew my mind right now.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, I'm refreshing my my Roll20, and I had to redo that. Okay. This guy can get minimized, and we are good to go. And let's hope that I have problems with Roll20. Yeah, it seems to be more responsive now. Okay, good. All right. You before you leave Mother Tusk's cave, she thanks you again for all that you've done and provides each of you with an oyster containing a healing clam. You gather one last time with your friends, and she asks for Aural's blessings upon you during your journey. The effect is that you begin today's adventure with inspiration. So everybody's got inspiration as well as a healing clam, which is basically the same as a healing potion. And the clam will go bad at the end of today's session, as clams do when they're not. Well, I was to say when they're not refrigerated, but I guess they are refrigerated in Icewind Dale. Maybe they get too cold. Maybe they get frost and they go bad. Mother Tusk and the members of her family don't wait any longer. Saying that they have a ways to travel and wishing to beat the incoming storm, they head off in a direction different from that in which you are heading. So you guys decide to head out late morning. I think you're heading towards Ten Towns.
Yeah.
And what was that?
As we're closest to the Red Waters, I would try to lead them first to Dugan's Hole and then to Goodmead. We probably don't want to stay too long in Dugan's Hole, as they aren't exactly the most hospitable of people.
Got it. And based upon what Mother Tuss said, you want to make good time because you can tell that in significantly worse inclement, not that the weather isn't relatively always bad here, but significantly worse inclement weather may be on its way.
Okay.
You head out late morning, knowing using the few hours of daylight you have. If you make good time, you shouldn't have any trouble getting to your destination before the dim light fades to black. Yes.
When she handed out the oysters, Gabby didn't want to seem rude, but when nobody was looking, she slipped that into. How do you pronounce your character's name again, Kevin? Bumnibdi?
Bumnibdi.
Yeah. So she slips that oyster because she doesn't eat meat. She just kind of slips it into his bag.
Does he notice?
You might notice
Flat
later.
answer?
You'll go through and you'll see you have two. Might not know where it came from, but
If he notices at the time, he won't say anything, but he'll look kind of curiously at her and raise an eyebrow.
All right. Just dropping those guys. What happened to Hawkins?
What is that?
I tried to drop
Am I not in
There you go. No, I got it. Roll20 did some weird thing on that So I don't know. Doesn't really matter. This is the cave that you were in. So you depart out of here. Does anybody have any questions? Let me turn down that volume a little bit there. If anybody's listening to the ambient. Um, does anybody have any questions about what they got last time or any of those types of things?
Don't think so.
Nope.
Because I didn't take anything.
Hang on
Okay.
1 second. Just
Didn't you guys get a healing potion or something, or any like?
We got a scroll of healing. That's why I'm
That's
just
what it
double
was.
checking
Scroll.
because I want to confirm this.
And I've got an acorn healing potion.
A scroll of cure wounds. Also an alchemist's fire.
Got it. And last time was it Kevin? Who was it last time? Who were you guys with last time? It was which of you guys played together last time?
I was with Nina
with-
and Sean.
Yeah,
Oh,
Noel
okay.
and I played
And
together.
You guys played
with
Vlad.
Eric.
Got it. Okay. Hey. All good. Okay. So without further ado, you guys are heading out. Trying to make good time. Alrighty. So, as you travel through the challenging terrain, Vlad, you begin to sense that this weather, which is getting much
Vlad
worse.
is not here.
Oh, sorry, I said Vlad. Not Hawk. Let me. Gosh, that music is. All the music's really loud. Sorry. I don't know if it is. Okay, I gotta turn everything down a little bit there. Okay, we're good. Vlad is not here. You're right. As you travel through this challenging terrain, Hawkins, you begin to sense that the weather is getting much worse, much more quickly, and are concerned about how everybody's doing from a health standpoint as the weather's getting worse. Despite your efforts, oh, go ahead.
Oh, how we doing back there? Keep it up. It looks like we might be having a blizzard coming. Got to make the town before it goes.
Is it? This is still fairly early in the day, or is it late in the day?
Well, you guys, I mean, there's only about 4 hours of light a day, and that's dim light. So that's where you were, so it's early in that time because you guys would have gone out.
How long have you been traveling
It's pretty,
before this?
maybe half an hour.
Okay.
You're maybe half an hour. So yeah, it's still early for your window, if you will.
Okay.
Despite the party's efforts to make good time, you find yourself slowing your pace considerably, due to drudging through a thick layer of snow and trying to find your way, despite the falling snow limiting your visibility. Marching order, by the way. Who's leading the pack? I mean, are the three
I'll
of you
be up
walking sort of
front.
side by side?
I'll be up front since I am a scout or I'm one of the. What is the term? Did I use it? Background. There we go. I'm a forester. That's what it was.
Forester. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys want to go?
And this is
And you what?
this is kind of my turf.
Got it. So you guys want to go in a flying V with
Yeah, could do that
Hawkins in the
until we
lead
hit the
and
road.
to you guys.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hawkins, can you give me a dexterity saving throw? As your foot
Ooh,
slips
boy.
as you hit something in the snow and you have to save yourself from falling face first.
Dexterity saving throw. That would be a 10.
A 10. And a 10 is enough to you nearly stumble, but you save yourself and looking back you see that you've tripped over some type of log barely under the surface of the snow. Looking back more carefully, you feel a queasiness when you realize the log is actually a human leg connected to a body laying in the snow. What do you do?
Bimnibdi reaches out and he says, "Careful there, young man," and gives him a guidance cantrip.
I will probably try and clear out some of this snow covering the leg. See if we can, if I can identify the person or get any kind of identifying items to try and find his family.
All right. He, as you look through, he doesn't. He's just wearing sort of normal traveling clothes with a winter coat. Nothing fancy. Nothing on him that is particularly identifiable, or of any value. But you do find a single caltrop in his pocket that's made from bone.
Bone caltrop. Okay.
A bone caltrop. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Can everyone give me a perception check, please?
Perception.
So with guidance, I believe, let me double check, but I believe you get
A D4, right?
a 1d4 if you choose to take it. And you can
I
do
think
it
it's
after
only...
you roll, but before Scott tells you.
Oh, okay. I always thought it was on your next check. But I'll take it. Let me go pop up my dice and get me a D4. So that brings me up to 15.
Got it. 15 for you. Christina got a 19, and wow, 22 for Bo.
Wow.
Druid.
Right.
So, excellent, excellent. So, you you all think that you hear something, and Christina and Kevin, or Gabby and Bo, you in particular think that you hear the sounds of people um, in peril sounds a little strong, but you hear some sort of sounds of screams or something like that, or not screams, but just something of people in need of help, as well as you think you might hear the furbog thinks that he can hear the sounds of wolves that are after their prey.
Can we tell what direction it's coming from?
Yeah, and I think we might even be able to put you on a map.
So are we still at the "you are here" dot?
No,
Or
I don't think so. Sorry, I didn't update the you are here because you are here. You were way down below there. I think you were further up in town. Sorry, I
That was the state
apologize.
of the avalanche, right?
Yeah, I was reusing the last time just for the background of people trudging. But okay, okay. All right, you come upon what looks like a you come upon what looks like a caravan. It's probably, this is the only map I could get, so this is probably a little bit more destruction than you probably observed. But basically, you come upon a caravan that something has happened to, either a localized avalanche or maybe some sort of quick snow or one of the other things that can occur in the lands here. But it basically caused a caravan um, to basically destroyed is a little strong, but basically get pretty much destroyed. All the wagons are turned over, destroyed or broken, and you see a few bodies around. But what you hear are highlighted with auras of red to the upper left, purple to the direct north, and yellow to the upper right. Um, so, in order, I'll tell you. So, and you can see the names, correct? The names that
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
okay. Cool. So Warren who's in red up to the upper left. Oh, I just realized that the names are. I put them in the wrong place. Um, hold on for a quick second as I switch Warren and Antonio. Well, for now we'll just actually here move this. Move Warren up here. Sorry, Warren. There you go. Move Antonio back down to here, and move the thing back on top of Antonio. Okay, that was easy enough. I put him in the wrong spots. Um, so Antonio in the upper left seems to be he's calling out. He's struggling as he seems to have been pinned by a wagon that has overturned as part of all this. Um, and he doesn't. He looks like he's being pushed down into the snow by the wagon. At the top is Warren. He looks like he's in the process of putting on his armor, which, as we all know, can take a good. How long does it take to don armor by the rules? I think this is
I
put in as a joke, but
I believe it's like
is it a minute?
It's like
I believe it's like a minute for light armor, 5
it's like
minutes for
10
medium, and
for heavy.
Is it,
10
so
minutes
whatever.
for heavy armor.
Yeah. So whatever the case, he's donning his armor while under attack from two wolves that are only red and blue for ease of our identification. They're actually just the normal white wolves that we've seen before. And then
Okay.
to the upper right, Spelaria is or she uh, is also knee deep or waist deep in snow, up to their waist in snow, and unable to escape from whatever snow she's in. Um, and she, in addition to sort of trying to get out, she also seems to be looking for something in the snow and seems very distressed. All of them look pretty distressed for different reasons. We don't have to roll initiative. This isn't, yeah, so we don't have to roll initiative, but go ahead and you guys can discuss what you want to do, and then the three of us, or the three of you, can each tell me what you're going to do.
Is this difficult terrain, or would
It
we have
is
normal
difficult
movement?
terrain. It looks to you like, unfortunately, did you move yourself, Kevin, by the way?
I moved because Hawkins should have been in the center. We were going in a V.
Oh, got it, got it, got it. Fair enough. Fair enough. No worries. Yeah, it's all fine. Basically, the way this is set up, it is difficult terrain, and you will be unable. Even if you dash, you won't be able to get to them. You'll be able to get near each of these, but you won't be able to. I guess you'll. Hmm. If you dash, you'll be fine. If you can dash to get to them, and to any of the three, but the dash will take your presumably your action unless you're a rogue. So don't sweat the exact of these. It was more because there was no map for the way it's set up. It's just more like um, your first round is your sort of dashing to get there.
Okay.
Or you can like not dash and take an action, just with if you've got some range thing you want to do or whatever. If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
So Hawkins is going to quickly string his bow,
Okay.
move 15 feet up, which is his whole move, and then take a shot at red.
Got it. I actually don't think it's difficult terrain, so you can actually go 30. It's just that you couldn't. Yeah, it's just that you have to dash. So don't worry. You can go 30. I don't want you to. Does that make sense? So you can move 30. So you want to do that. What are Gabby and Bo doing?
Gabby's gonna head for Antonio since he's the closest to her.
Okay. Cool. And
Nimdi
you're
says,
just gonna
"Hey, Gabby,
dash, right?
hang on. I can help lift that wagon off of him. Why don't you go help the lady stuck in the snow?"
She stops mid sprint and heads towards Spelaria.
Okay. Okay.
And meanwhile, Nimdi will sprint towards Antonio.
Okay. Cool. All right, you spend your first round. You two spend your first round dashing, but you'll be able to take an action once you get to the next round. Once you're at the person. Yeah, you can just go up next to him.
Oh, so we
And
don't need to count, or
don't worry,
actually,
yeah,
we'll
don't
make it
count.
anyway.
It's yeah, this round, this whatever is just encounter is more just it's almost three. I want to do more theater than mine, but just have you guys be able to sort of see it.
Okay.
Hawkins, you're gonna take a shot. Which wolf are you gonna take a shot at?
Red.
Okay, go ahead and take your shot.
15.
Sorry, not.
Max damage.
15 is going to hit. 10
That's
piercing damage, or do you don't have
yeah.
any extras or anything, right? That's what you get.
No, that's it.
Okay. This wolf takes a shot in the side, but is still
Get
standing.
on out of here.
All right. So Gabby, as you get up close to Spalaria, you see that she does seem to be not really so much trying to get out of the snow herself as or helping herself. She seems sort of a little bit out of her mind, looking for something um, that she seems to have lost. It seems to be something that is maybe was something that was given to her or something as a gift. Um, Bume, you, yeah, Antonio's underneath the snow, and it looks like he's no longer calling for help. You suspect it's because he's effectively like drowning under the snow or suffocating under the snow.
Is he
So
underneath the wagon, or is he just underneath snow?
he's underneath the wagon, but pressed kind of into the snow. So yeah, the first it looks like you could either try to sort of dig him out, or try to lift the wagon off of him. And the two wolves are going to they're going to attack Warren. They're going to try to bite Warren. The first bite is going to hit Warren, and going to have Warren roll a d20 to see if he gets knocked prone or not. He does save. That's good for him. And then the blue wolf is unsuccessful in hitting Warren, despite the advantage he has for pack tactics. So that's what we're gonna do the first round. So all right, Bume, you're next to Antonio. You got up there. So what are you gonna do? What do you want to do?
So he's going to try and lift the wagon off of him, and
Sounds awesome.
if possible, like you know, either lift the wagon or try entirely off of him, or lift it with like, and then with one hand, hold it with one hand and reach down and pull him out with the other hand. Basically,
Whatever
get
makes
him
sense.
out.
Got it. Okay, it's a difficult maneuver. Go ahead and do an strength athletics check. You are only looking for a DC 11, but it is with disadvantage because of the abundance of piled up snow and the whole situation with both the snow and wagon sort of causing problems on this guy.
Okay. Furbolgs are powerful build, so I count as one size larger in regards to weight that I can push, drag, or lift.
All right, then let's. I'll have that because of your ability of what you're doing, that can offset the advantage or disadvantage. So you're doing this as a normal check.
So strength athletics.
Strength athletics. Awesome. Oh, you didn't need it anyway. You successfully pull it off. Antonio, who at the end of the round was going to roll for his. Well, actually, I guess it would have been suffocating, not his death save. But in any case, you're able to pull Antonio to freedom, and that is the full use of your turn. You aren't able to the doing it and pulling him out uses sort of your movement and your action, but you have successfully got Antonio from underneath the wagon. Good job.
Success.
Let's see, Gabby over with Spalaria. What's going on there? What's your how do you want to approach this?
Gabby's trying to get her to calm down and is asking what she's looking for. And she's not even really thinking about it. She just is digging with her because she doesn't know. In her mind, she thinks maybe she's digging for a person. So,
Got it.
yeah, she's trying to get Spalaria to say what's going
So
on.
go ahead and give me we're gonna do something a little different. We're gonna go ahead and give me a wisdom persuasion check. Wisdom because you're like looking for the flask while you're the persuasion is because you're talking to her. So that's going to be your persuasion is you have proficiency in persuasion, but you want to use your wisdom modifier. Does that mean it's a 5? If that's the case, because your wisdom. Oh
My
no, yours
wisdom.
is sorry. Your wisdom's a 0, but you get the proficiency, so you're basically get a +2 on it.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll a d20 and we'll add a +2 then.
Yeah. Sorry. It's right. It's weird when it's one of the ones that's like when it's different. I'm basically saying that you're using your persuasion, but what you're looking for it. So you're looking for the flask, but you're using your persuasion, your skills in persuasion to try to get more information out of her while you're looking. That's why I'm not just giving you a flat perception check. So go ahead and roll d20 and we'll add 2.
I did.
Okay.
Mm.
You aren't successful um, in finding it. She does tell you though that you're looking for a flask.
Okay.
That's what she's lost. All right. Hawkins.
Looks like I am 30 away,
Right.
so I'm going to move up, tossing my bow to the snow and drawing my sword.
Excellent.
So, quick question: since we haven't gone to town yet, should I still be using my leather armor as opposed to
Nope. Nope.
the
This is
chain shirt that I wanted?
nope. Nope. This is the Magical Adventures League. It's not a campaign, so you have whatever everybody has as if
Okay.
they, just yeah.
Okay. So then I'm not gonna burn my action surge to draw my ready my shield,
Okay.
and I'm going to swing with my sword.
Awesome. On the red one, right?
Yeah. And
Got
try
it.
and finish him off. Grr! I think I missed.
I think an 11 does miss. If you have no.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm
Okay.
hoping to at least give it another target to attack.
Yes. All right. So, okay. So, excellent. Next round. Oh no, wolves attack. Red Wolf's going to bite on Hawkins. He's going to get a 20.
Okay,
Both
that's a hit.
d20s. And 6 piercing damage.
6. Okay.
6.
Okay.
And strength saving throw, please. Strength saving throw.
Oh, I'm okay at these, so hopefully.
That's
13.
enough, and you stay standing as the wolf tries to knock you down. Um, and yeah, I'm trying to think. Um, and the yeah, um, and the wolf seeing that he was unsuccessful with getting. Oh no, he did hit you. That's right. Never mind. So and then the blue
Yeah.
wolf is going to attack Warren. He's going to bite Warren, and he's going to. Because of he's got his pal on the other side, he's going to be successful hitting
Yeah.
Warren.
Okay.
And additional damage to Warren. Okay, so Bume, we'll start with you. What do you want to do? Antonio seems like he's doing okay. He doesn't require. You do a quick look. He doesn't require medical.
Okay, he seems stable, so um, I am going to do my wild shape, and I'm going to shift into the form of an elk, and I am going to charge the wolf. I think
The
it's the
blue one.
blue one.
Nice. Love it. Good
And
vision.
so I have 50 feet movement, so that should be plenty to get me there.
And are you actually wild shaping? Like, are you using the macro for it?
That's right. Let me do that.
So you click on your character, then up at the top, wild shape, and then you should be able to choose the elk. There's the elk.
Okay, so I go charging that guy.
Nice.
And then I don't know how to do this in terms of attack.
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? Let me see if let me see if I can give you. I don't know if this will work or not. We'll try it. Okay. Click away. Click back on the elk.
There we go.
Like that.
Okay, but there's too many choices here.
So charge probably isn't an actual thing. Don't worry about check. Don't worry about a knit. Don't worry about a long rest. Yeah.
So
So
it's
it's
really just ram. There's two attacks. There's ram and hooves. He gets to use hooves if his target is prone.
oh,
He
okay. So
gets
you ram him
ram,
first, and you want to knock him prone, basically, right?
right. But if he is able to run more than at least 20 feet, which he was, then he does get extra damage. So maybe that's charge.
Yeah. So that's what I just put out on the chat. So if the elk, that's just what it just means that just tells you how the charge works. So go ahead and do a ram attack now. So do a ram. Nice. I'm not sure why I didn't do damage. That's lame. Sorry. I apologize. Didn't roll damage. Um,
It's okay.
so the target takes. Okay. So first of all, he's going to take an extra 7 damage in addition to whatever your first damage is. What do you know what the ram normal damage is?
Yeah, the normal damage is 2d4 plus 3. Or no, wait, sorry. 1d6 plus 3.
Okay. Do you want to do a 1d6 plus 3, like slash r 1d6 plus 3?
Is it backslash?
Uh, forward slash, I think. Yeah,
R
with the space,
space
after the between the.
1d6.
You did it right, just with the space after the R. There you go.
Okay.
Minimum damage. Shoot.
I think my
So
first one was better.
there you go. But that's a total of 11 damage, and amazingly, you are successful in knocking him prone to the ground because he's dead
Okay.
in one fell ram swoop. Um, and with that attack, um, um, we can talk about what you guys want to do. But the red one turns to head off, thinking that the easy prey they were on. This is once his pal is hit, he's scared. So he's scared and running. But if Hawks wants, well, actually, yeah, Hawkins, do you want to do an opportunity attack, or do you want to just let him go?
I
He
would
looks
let
like
him go.
he's on death's door. Like he's yeah.
Good. Does do I know if he would be able to live from that wound? Like, would it be a mercy to kill him? Is what I'm asking.
It's a fair
Because
question,
I
but
would rather not remove them from the ecology,
yeah,
if at all possible.
I hear you. Well, he probably could survive, but you wonder how, in these conditions, how well a a wolf of his kind would, without. Well, you aren't sure if there's more of the pack somewhere else that they can go run to, but otherwise, his other pack mate is dead. So it's of question, I guess. I mean, he's not poisoned or anything, but he's very, very seriously injured. So it might be fair to be a
Yeah,
mercy kill
I,
too.
I'm gonna take the swing, but I'm going to hit to knock unconscious.
Okay.
And if this works, I'll
All right.
take care of him later.
Yep. So you've got an unconscious wolf. That's your
Okay.
plan. All right. Go ahead.
I'm gonna check to see if Warren's okay. I hear you, cat. It's not time to eat yet.
Warren is pretty chewed up. He's going to need to get some, more significant healing than you guys can provide for him to be back in. He does appear to be some sort of a guard, fighter, warrior type.
Okay.
But your basic garden variety guy that was probably guarding the caravan. But he's not gonna die today, but he's gonna need some time to rest and recoup before he's
Okay.
back up guarding caravans again.
Knowing that there is inclement weather incoming, we should try and find some place to go and shack up while it hits.
Okay.
These overturned wagons aren't going to be much shelter, huh?
Unfortunately, they are not. And while your mind quickly goes to getting to a safe place from the weather, we go back to Gabby, who is still working on helping Spalaria with her flask or her situation.
Gabby's gonna cast the friends cantrip.
Okay.
And then attempt
calm her down.
Yeah, attempt to calm her down.
What does the friends cantrip do?
It gives me advantage in all charisma checks directed at one creature of my choice. When the spell ends, she will notice, though, that I use magic to influence her, and she'll probably become hostile. She won't be happy about the fact that I use magic. If she's prone to violence, she might attack me.
Okay.
But I just have advantage right now in charisma checks.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a persuasion check on it with advantage. 15. You calm her down, and she understands now that she's putting herself at risk with searching for this flask. So you're able to kind of get her to climb out of the snow a bit and sort of take care of herself. But she still is asking if you would be willing to help her find this flask that was given to her by a dear friend. And,
yeah. Gabby was still helping her. She was just trying to make it less of a crazy, frantic search and more of a...
Yeah, and that's... So kind of you've gotten her out of the situation. Why don't you go ahead and give me a perception check. Or is there something else you're doing to try to find the flask, I guess? Is it like you just
I'm just
looking around?
I'm digging in the snow. So, it might be investigation, but...
Although investigation, isn't that more when... I guess... Yeah, what the heck. Or, actually...
whatever.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just go ahead and give me a perception check. I was going to do your strength athletics would be about the same, so... Oof. Not... I'm trying to think. Not... You're still having trouble to find it. But and I guess going back to Hawkins, Warren, Bume, what are you guys? What's going on over there as you're seeing that she's still over here trying to help?
Nifty sees, these first two were taken care of, so he's going to go over to where they are.
Okay.
He's still in elk form.
Yep. Nice. You see that they're looking. They seem to be searching through the snow for something. Although Spalaria does seem to be a little bit more clear-headed than she has in the past. How long does the friends thing? It lasts for a minute, so it's going to last for a few rounds. Okay.
Can I do any searching in this form?
Sure, you could at least try to go ahead and give me a strength athletics check as you try to like they're looking in the snow, so you're like kicking the snow out like an elk would.
Can you use his antlers as shovels?
The feet, the hooves didn't work, but so it takes a little time, another half a minute, but with the efforts of you guys and I presume that Hawkins maybe collects the other folks, you guys are able to find the flask. Go ahead. What were you
I'll
saying, Hawks?
call out to the others. I'll call out to the others to see if they're all right. But I am gonna start tending to this wolf.
Okay, excellent. So it takes another up to a minute, but you guys are gonna be able to find the flask, and she seems very pleased. In fact, it takes you a little time as you guys weren't rolling too well, and so you find the flask around the time that she realizes that she was
In sorcery.
Friended.
ensorcelled, yeah. And but because of the fact that you guys found her flask for her, she is want to believe that you guys. She isn't sure. She has doubts about you and why you'd do something like that and be so mistrustful. But she you don't she doesn't react negatively or attack you because of the fact that you were successful, right? You got her flask. It doesn't really look like it's any sort of a special flask. It just looks like, I mean, it looks like it's special to her, but it doesn't look like it's a magic flask or has any sort of particular value or anything. But you guys have successfully gotten all three of the um, survivors. As you look around, it does not look like there's any other survivors, but you do see some bodies around, things like that. Um, what else? So Warren, you're working on the wolf. What are Gabby and um, Bume doing?
Um, Gabby's just talking to. She probably heads over towards Hawkins, but she's asking Spalaria what happened. She's trying to gather information on.
She says they were going along in a caravan trying to get to 10 towns, and this blizzard came upon them, and it just seemed like she's like it seemed like the mountain itself was collapsing on us, even though we weren't. You look and you're not like on the edge of a mountain, although there are hills and sort of things around. There's in fact one particular sort of rock. Um, uh, Mountain hill type thing, but it's a little ways away. But otherwise, it's not really clear what that would be. And she says it just was the strangest thing, and it just came and took us. And next thing you know, the wagons were overturning, and it was just you know all kinds of people got injured, and it was just bad. So just some sort of unnatural natural disaster. But
I
otherwise, she
asked
doesn't.
Warren. I asked Warren if he's okay. Tell him to sit a spell. Is it only the three of you that survives?
Uh, he sort of um, gets up. He actually seems concerned. He's like, I don't know, but let's look around and see. Do a quick look to see if there are any survivors, any additional survivors. And so he sort of goes and looks a bit for just around, but he doesn't seem to be coming up with much.
Okay.
Can
And
each
is
of you?
Antonio mobile?
Antonio is mobile. He was nearly suffocating, but he actually seems to. He and Spillari in particular seem to be probably in the best shape. Warren is clearly physically more capable normally of travel in this kind of weather, but given his injuries from the wolves, they're all kind of you know they're all a bit going to be a bit slowed, but they all seem mobile. They don't seem to have to be carried or anything like that.
Yeah,
Um,
we better get moving. The weather is not going to keep this long.
so can everyone give me a perception check. No, I'm gonna have you give me yours with disadvantage, just because you're focused on getting everybody out and also sort of taking care of the wolf.
Okay.
Wow.
10.
That's right. That's a 10. Yep. And Kev, are you working on it? So, all right. Um, let's see.
A question.
Yeah.
There's animals have this thing called passive perception. I don't know if that factors into what we were just doing.
Oh, because
Everyone has passive perception.
right. But what's the elk have? Does he have a special? Oh, it just says what his passive is.
Yeah. Okay,
What's
so
it?
that's fine.
So we
Some of
all
the
have it.
others have advantages on some of the other animal shapes have advantages, but I just want to check what the passive thing was.
Yeah, yeah. The passive is everybody's. It's basically going to be. It's always your passive perception plus 10. Um, but that kind of makes sense that as an animal, you guys are looking around for, human signs of human life, right? So it probably even actually makes story sense that he he would be that in that form. Although it is you, actually, it is you. So you're making that check based upon your own perception. So strike what I just said because it's actually you making that check, even in elk form. Um, so. Um, and actually, that's another point that if they have some sort of skill for perception or something, then you would gain that. But the actual perception itself roll and your actual passive perception is going to be the same as what yours is. Because when you wild shape, you retain your wisdom,
Intelligence,
intelligence, and charisma. All right, so Gabby, um, you come across the remains of a wagon um, and find a sturdy wooden crate about the size of a large shoebox with a partial label indicating its intended recipient resides somewhere in Icewind Dale, but unfortunately the name is gone from the package. It's a sealed crate. Um,
Do any
Hawken,
of the three recognize that name or that box?
they do not. They do not. They recognize that it's something that was on there, but they don't as something that was in. It was one of them recognizes it being loaded, but they don't know whose it is.
Okay.
Um, Hawkins, you spot the shiny brass fittings of a sturdy lockbox, partially buried in the snow, and Warren and his search, he says that he finds he says, well, this guy isn't gonna make it. He finds the corpse of one of the caravan members, um, who is frozen, who's kind of frozen and kind of destroyed from the damage, but he's sitting next to a potion box that was also shattered by whatever sort of hit these folks. Most of the vials within have broken and spilled onto the snow, creating a slick of faintly glowing liquid in an eye-searing rainbow. And one of the vials remains intact. So here's the corpse.
Mm,
This little tiefling.
actually, let's see here.
Nobody kind of
Oh,
points his antler at the remaining vial and then looks
Mhm.
over at Gabby.
So the one vial remains intact. The vial contains a bead of red liquid that bobs lazily within, pulsing rhythmically. And um, when you do a quick little sip taste of it, you find that it's a potion of growth that you guys
potion of growth.
can take.
Okay.
Gabby, I'll take that.
Bunivdi again points his antler at it and looks significantly at the little one in the party.
um, all right. So, what do you guys do with
Do we know
the?
what? Do we know what positions each? I mean, I figure Warren was a caravan guard. What were
Yep.
Antonio and Stellaria? Were they just passengers along the caravan, or were they members? of the
Um,
merchant crew?
they weren't members; they were passengers both. But Stellaria says that she is. Oh, sorry, I didn't do that. I don't think I actually. Oh man, I'm getting a lot of. I'm gonna have to refresh my screen in a second here. Um, sorry, did you guys see the things that? Have you seen now the frozen corpse in the?
Only
Now,
just
now I
now.
can.
Okay, my bad. Sorry. And you saw the potion of growth though.
Yes.
You saw the potion of growth and it. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Okay. Um. Uh. Antonio seems to basically says that he has some spell cast. He's a studier of the arcane magics. Although he's looking like they're all looking pretty fried from their experience. Basically, like they wouldn't be able to really do much. But that's his
Okay.
background. And then Spalaria just says that she describes herself as a researcher,
Okay.
or not a sage. I don't think she referred to herself as a sage, but a studier um, of things. All right. So you've got these three. You've got one of you as an elk. You've got a wolf that is stable, but Hawkins may want to do something with. And then you've got a sturdy lockbox. Um, and you've got a wooden crate about the size of a large shoebox. The lockbox is also locked, by the way. The wooden crate isn't locked as much as it's sealed. But it looks like the seal wouldn't be that hard to break. And then the lockbox, has a normal,
I
just
asked one of
lock.
them if the frozen corpse we found was the caravan master, possibly, or somebody that might have the key to this lockbox.
They said they don't think so. They don't see the caravan master anywhere nearby. This guy just seems to be some guy along for the ride.
Okay. The carrying the lockbox might be a little. You know what? How big is the lockbox? Is
It's
it
not just.
bulky?
It's very odd because I always think that the lockbox would have been smaller than the wooden crate, but they said the wooden crate is the size of a large shoebox.
Yeah.
I think the lockbox is about the same size.
Okay, so it's like a little coffer kind of thing.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'll take it with me, and then I'm gonna carry the wolf as like in a fireman's carry kind of thing over the shoulders, and then I say let's get moving before it gets too nasty out here.
Gabby, what you gonna do with your wooden crate that you found?
There's nothing on it to indicate like where it's going or
Nope, just somewhere in Icewind Dale. But yeah,
Newbie kind of points an antler at it and then kind of tosses his head to kind of point at his back.
yeah, she'll throw it up on his back.
Then he points his antler at her and motions towards his back.
She gets really excited, like really? And then she like before he can answer, scrambles up.
I was gonna say you were gonna have to do that because you can't just put a lockbox, or I mean a wooden crate on the back of an elk and expect
I figured
even a.
that would take care of two things:
Mhm.
hold the box in place and help us go faster.
Yep. Yep. All right. Um, so with these guys in tow, you guys are now and with the time it took for you to kind of do these things, you're very concerned about your ability to get to any of the towns in any sort of reasonable time because you're now very slowed, even more so with the three of them, and the weather does not seem to be getting any better. Um, so while heading in that way, you also are looking for places maybe of respite or somewhere that's shelter that you might be able to find. But let's see what
Survival
happens.
check, maybe.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see what we got coming up here. Yeah, go ahead and give me a survival check.
And how would
Not
you like to
bad.
handle that for the elk, who's probably actually in not too bad a shape?
You can do a survival check. How would you? If you click on him, you can do a check. You can. You should have the check. You have a,
Okay.
But I think because he can keep his own intelligence, wisdom, charisma, I think he can roll his own survival check. Yeah.
yeah, you
That one was just from the
elk.
elk.
You're right. Okay. Go ahead and bring up your character sheet and roll a survival check.
But given that this is somewhat of a natural environment for an elk,
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, yeah. So you first of all, from a survival standpoint, you do think that you guys could probably survive a little bit longer and be trudging through, but the other three, they're going to shorten your time just because of they're being slow, but also they're not being as hardy as you guys are in traveler and adventurers. Um, and so you do feel like you need to start looking for shelters. And as you are kind of continue heading on your way, because you think back to the direction you came from, you don't. You don't think of anything that you don't remember there being anything that would be like suitable. Um, but as I mentioned, up ahead, not too far, there does seem to be sort of some sort of rock outcropping or something, and you feel like, well, maybe you can go up against it, or perhaps even find a cave or something nearby, um, or in it that you could kind of at least take a couple hours until the blizzard goes down, or maybe stay overnight if that's what you have to do.
Yeah,
Uh,
let's head there.
as you're heading there, you pass through a a sort of an area where there's sort of not a huge valley, but just kind of this mini little tranche that you're kind of finding yourself traveling through, um, trough type of area. Um, but as you're traveling, you've traveled another 30 minutes in this direction, getting closer to the rock formation. You're actually quite close at that point. You feel a tingling on your arms and sense a burning electric smell. For a moment, the blizzard calms slightly, but then snow begins to swirl around you, moving in odd patterns before opening into flickering yellow-orange eyes, burning with malice. And we are all going to switch over to here, and we're going to roll for some initiative.
So what's happening? There's snow
All of a
swirling
sudden,
around
the
us, and we
snow sort of
a
swirls
set of
around
eyes,
you.
or
What was that?
we see like a set of eyes, or I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah. So the snow's swirling around you, and like I said, you definitely all sense this sort of electrical smell in the air, and then um, out of one, the snow swirling around you for a second, you're a bit blinded, and then all of a sudden, once that snow sort of settles back to this gently falling snow that was, or the falling snow that you were previously experiencing, you see four sets of yellow orange eyes. Um,
Oh, okay.
and they are not. There they are. You find yourselves. There's four giant owls um, that have kind of come out of that have been almost conjured out of the snow. It appears, and they are there up above you. And
is
uh,
it still within an hour of when we found them at the avalanche?
yes,
Okay, so I'm still an elk,
if you want to be, you are still an elk. Exactly.
and I've
Yep.
got Gabby. So I'm just saying because on the map right now I'm not shown.
Oh, right. Let's see. Let's see how. If we select you and then wild shape you again, what's it going to tell us? Elk. You're already transformed into an elk. All right, fine. You're back to. There he is. Cool. Alrighty then. So go ahead and roll initiative if you haven't already.
Ah,
Oh, should I have hit my character and done that? Sorry, I'm not used to.
It's okay. I should be able to add
You can
it.
add it. Okay.
Yeah.
dang nabbit.
What was your number, Gabby?
Hold on. There's a lot that I don't know what just popped up. That's
Yeah, sorry. A bunch of stuff popped up. Sorry about that.
14.
My bad. 14?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 15 wasn't too bad. These guys should have names and numbers, but I didn't do that, so that'll be that. I'll just be what they'll be. And
Are these giant owls?
they are giant owls.
Okay.
Giant owls with.
Because they look rather large.
Yeah, they're.
I know owls have quite a decent wingspan, though.
Okay. Don't mind the .02s. Okay. Oh man.
How
There we
high
go.
up are they? Come on.
They're 30 feet up. I apologize. I was trying to get them to show
no,
that,
you're
but
good then.
they're 30 feet up.
And Gabby, I'm assuming you're still on my back until you tell me otherwise, or until something
Sounds good.
happens.
Okay. She's also taken that box at some point and just kind of like wedged it into your antlers. Like it's just like sitting up there.
Perfect.
She's not really holding on to it.
Okay, I totally love the elk antler box routine. That is sweet.
So I'm trying to see if we can. Okay. I think now we're in good shape. Now we're gonna rock and roll going forward. Okay, now we're going. All right. So whoever's up is circle. It has the red circle. Whoever's on deck has the green circle. So the owl swoops down and goes to attack Gabby on her elk. Using its talons. Oof. Not a
Can
great
I?
start.
How does shield work? Anyway, just curious.
Um,
Like, do I have to say it before?
no, I think the way it works is that you have to say it after I tell you it's a hit, but before I tell you by like but I don't tell you how much I think. Is that
Oh,
right?
Kind
okay.
of.
Or no? How does it work?
Doing
Well,
this.
does it always? Is it? Do you always have the choice to do it? If like you know that if it doesn't that it wouldn't.
I've always seen DMs allow.
Yep.
Um,
You
or,
know whether
or
shield will help
warn
you or not.
them if it's too much, if it's not going to work.
Yep. Okay.
Not gonna.
That's right. And I think that's what we've done it because I think in the last session, Eric, that's what we've done it. Okay. But does shield work on a crit?
No,
Probably
because
not.
a crit is always a hit.
I'm just curious because it's one of my spells, and so I wanted to know what.
Well, this
It's
does
always
not
a
bode well.
reaction. It's always a reaction to being attacked.
Right.
It's a
So
reaction to being hit, not being attacked.
So you would know that, yeah, exactly. You would know that something's going to hit you, but the DM could not tell you exactly what the roll was, but hopefully
I'm
they would
fine.
tell you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
No,
fine.
that's fine.
I'm fine with telling her that that it's going to hit no matter what, so no need to do shield.
Right.
Do you have something else that adjusts attacks, babe?
She's still gonna do shield. I mean, it's still gonna hit, but she's still gonna throw up shield so that I've got
The
it for a
rest of
whole.
the
Yeah.
You got it
for
for
the
a
That's
whole
round,
round?
I mean.
That's another good point. It lasts for her whole turn. I mean, until her next turn, it lasts.
All
I
right,
think is
got
how
it.
her one
Got it.
round.
That's enough, Eric. It's all right. It's all good.
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. I'd say that she's probably not going to. You might want to think about not doing that because I think um, uh, you're
Well, I am
unconscious.
unconscious.
Yeah, unfortunately. So the crit hits for 19 slashing damage.
Okay.
Hey, Kevin, did you step away?
Yes, sorry, I had to do a quick restroom run.
No worries. In the meantime, Gabby died.
I think I came back
She's
too early.
unconscious.
Yeah. So,
She's not dead yet.
the eagle swoops down. Sorry, not the eagle. The giant owl swoops down and has a critical hit on Gabby and does 19 slashing damage, and Gabby goes unconscious on the elk's back.
Excellent.
As the owl swoops back up, um, you all realize that you don't have the ability to make an attack on it when it swoops away, and that's a skill that the owls have, which is what's called flyby. So they're basically doing flyby attacks, and you don't get opportunity attacks when they come in and out of your range. All right. A second owl, the one who's now red, swoops down um, to attack the elk.
Doesn't it know I'm just a dumb beast?
Um, yeah. So it's they just want carnage, right? They're
So does it seem like it senses at all that I'm not an elk, or can we really tell?
It does not seem to sense that you are not an elk. Well, here is let me see. Hold on for a second, because I can have you actually roll for something here. Is roll 20 slow for anybody else, by the way?
What
I
is
don't know. I
that?
haven't been doing much.
Actually, your your passives on this are strong enough, Bume, that you know that these are not natural creations, but rather elementals conjured from the evil magic suffusing the area, and they hate all life.
Okay.
You
Don't
also
know if that
know that
helps.
these they mimic real owls, and they only fear other owls. All right, so that's what you know. But otherwise, yeah, they're filled with hate. They aren't. How are they? Yeah, the eyes are burning with malice. Um, so they just look like nasty things that were conjured up out of the ether or something. Um, so does a 13 hit the elk?
It does.
Okay, so 9 slashing damage to the elk.
And I'm trying to look at how many. It has 2d10 plus 2 hit points.
It looks like it's got 13
Okay.
on the thing. Here, I'll move Gabby out of the way so you can see the token.
Yeah,
Gabby's
so
still
it's
on your back, but
-9.
yep. All right.
And again, no opportunity attack as it
No opportunity
swoops
attack
by.
because they've got that. So, Gabby, can you give me a death save, please? Success. Excellent. Um, Giant Owl swoops down to attack Hawkins. And what? Sorry, I'm a little bit here. There we go.
Yeah.
19's going to hit. 3 slashing damage.
Okay. All right.
And the other owl swoops down to attack Spalaria. But she is diving into the snow and dodging. And so it misses as she's able to get into the snow. Seeing this, Warren and Antonio do the same. They're basically just hiding. All right, Hawkins, finally, with all this franticness going on around you, you have a chance to take action.
I slip the oyster potion out of my pouch and toss it to Spillaria since she's the closest to Gabby. And I'm sorry, Christina, but feed that to Gabby. And I string my bow and pick shot.
Okay. At the one upper right corner? Or which one?
Yeah, the one that attacked me.
Yep, right. That was the one I said. Okay.
Okay.
Do your worst. Hit him.
I'm going to try. Nope. Even with advantage, that would have missed.
All right. Hume. You're up.
Okay. Now my understanding is that I cannot cast any spells while I am wild shaped. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yep.
That is
Okay.
correct.
And I wasn't really able to tell. Does it take a full action to shape or unshape, or how does that work?
No, you
Are
can.
you Circle of the Moon?
No, Circle of the Shepherd.
Okay, so I believe it's, we can look it up, but I believe it's action to change into and bonus action to change out of, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's a full action, so go ahead and shape change back.
Okay, another question. So there's actions and there's bonus actions. So you can take an action and a bonus action. Can you take instead just 2 bonus actions?
No.
Nope.
You only get 1 bonus action, I'm sure.
Yeah, but like as your regular action, I was wondering if you could take
Yeah,
whatever you.
it makes sense, but no, unfortunately, it seems a little counterintuitive, but that's just the way they have it laid out. You only get the 1 bonus action.
Okay, so I will then. I guess I'll go ahead. Can I? Shoot, this is tough. Sorry. I'll go ahead and shift out as my bonus action. And then I'm assuming I can maintain contact with Gabby because she was on my back when I was in elk form. So actually, let me first do this wild shape change.
You have a box on your head.
Yeah, I assume that kind of falls on the ground next to me or something.
Take some bludgeoning damage.
And then I'll use my action to do, or my action. I will get out the oyster and that I have.
Okay.
Probably notice that I've got 2 if I didn't notice earlier. And say, sorry, Gabby, and I will slide it down her throat.
All right. So so as you're about to do that, just so you're aware, um, Hawkins had thrown a oyster to Spalaria, and despite her hiding under the snow, you sensed that she was going to take that over and do the same to Gabby. So you're more than welcome if you want to make it more urgent and do that. I'm just saying you're aware that she's probably going to do the same thing. Your call.
She was gonna wait until after my next death save to do it though, because she's already gone
Right.
in turn order.
That was the concern. So I think he'll still go ahead and do that.
Fair enough.
As a general
Sounds good.
question, you can ready an action to like attack something if something occurs. Can spells be done as a readied action?
Yep.
Okay.
As long as it's a spell that, yeah. So it takes your reaction this turn, but that's fine because there's no opportunity to attack, so you don't really have a good reason for it. But yeah, and in this case, since you already used your bonus action, it would have to be something that uses an action. You can't ready a spell that would be a bonus action because you already used your bonus action.
Okay, so I could ready it this turn as well as feeding her the oyster and switching back, or is
Oh
that
no, that's gonna be too much. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, you're because when you feed her the oyster, that's gonna be an action.
right?
And so that's good. That the only thing you're going to have left in is movement and your reaction. But to do the readied action, you have to do a reaction, use your reaction, and either a bonus action or action, depending on what you're going to do when that thing happens.
Okay, so he's going to feed her the oyster. He's going to switch back. He's going to feed her the oyster,
Yep.
and then he's going to kind of try and hunker down along with her.
Okay.
Kind of Gabby as well, like the same thing that Scalaria is doing.
Okay.
He can't fully do anything, I understand, because it's that he
Yep.
doesn't have any actions left, but
What's
he's
his
going to
goal?
try and
To protect Gabby, or just to protect himself?
Gabby
Sorry.
first.
Yeah.
He's
Yep.
gonna try and protect her because she's totally unconscious and can't
Yep.
protect herself otherwise. And then he
But
might
he's
be able
also going
to,
to try to get down and stay away. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Go ahead and so Gabby, if you want, you can.
I
You
did
can
a
either
healing,
roll.
so it's being really slow.
There it goes. Cool. Okay. Get your 5 hit points back, and then I will remove this uh, from you. That work? No, it didn't work. Oh well. When it comes up to you again, I'll delete it. Or actually, I can just remove it.
Gabby wakes up and looks like she's gonna get sick.
But she wakes up.
Yes.
Oh, I think the API died. That's what happened. Huh?
Does she have a shellfish allergy?
He's vegetarian.
Oh, right.
I do like the idea though that I like that as your weak trait or whatever is you have a shellfish allergy. Like that just seems very specific. I hate the smell of onions or what but that's all good. Okay, sorry, we're all having a little slow time of it on Roll20. It seems.
Yeah, it won't even let me expand the turn order.
Oh yeah, I don't know what is going on.
It's
I'm
being really glitchy.
I'm not glad it's affecting everybody, but I'm glad it's not. I'm glad it's not just me. Um, okay, so oh Gabby, so you just have 5 hit points now. Oh, but here I'll change that for
Yeah.
you.
Oh, I wasn't keeping track
Oh,
on
you're not
there.
keeping
I'm
track
keeping
on
track
there.
on my
You are.
sheet.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that ends the first round. The giant owls are there to attack again. The owl is going to swoop down and um, try to get at Bume and Gabby. In particular, going to attack Bume.
Makes sense because he was probably like above her as he was trying to get her concealed under the snow.
I'm assuming I'm prone.
Yeah, you're prone.
And I'm assuming it does not have advantage.
And it does not have advantage. Bume, you're probably here. And yep. And oh man, everything's just so slow. Okay, so it misses. We'll go to the next one. I mean, this is like just a crawl at this point.
There we go.
It still stops and starts. It's like you get it catches up, and then
Yeah.
just strange. All right, this guy's going to attack Antonio. And he's going to miss. And Gabby, you are up.
Gabby's going to cast sleep. Like, sorry, it's not. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Like right there. And so I think it's 5d8.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize. I'm moving. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was me that did that. Okay. Go ahead and do what you're going to do. So I'm moving around.
You didn't want to try and click because it's being kind of glitchy, but it's a /R.
Yeah, /R space, whatever you want to roll. /R space, whatever you want to roll.
/R.
Yeah. The one in the
Just
lower right.
/R space 5d8. Like that.
Boom.
21, not bad.
And so it'll affect them into ascending hit points.
Okay, all of them have their
I
4
don't
hit
think
points.
we have anything hit yet, so.
The one in the upper right, you see, at first you think it's dropping in for its next attack, and it just seems to drop, and it's gaining speed as it drops, and it goes and it hits the ground, and you hear a nasty crack as everybody else doesn't really get it. Hawkins, you were bracing for it to attack you, and it just dropped straight down into the ground. And Gabby, you suspect that's because that one fell asleep and died from the damage of falling from the height it was at.
Yay!
Not sure if I deleted the right one. I don't think I did.
I still see 4.
Oh no, I did. Yeah, I was. I did. I was deleting from the turn order. I was trying to make sure it did.
Oh.
I'll just, if I can, I'll mark it with an X. There it goes. Okay. All right. Anything else, Gabby? You're staying prone, right? Or are you?
Yeah, she's still prone. She's still down on the ground.
Got it. All right. So this owl goes and tries to attack. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was Gabby's turn. Yeah, this owl goes and tries to attack Hawkins, but I think an 11's not going to hit, right?
Nope.
All right. Swoops back up away. Hawkins, you are up.
I draw a bead on that one then instead.
Excellent. Nice.
Damn it!
Huzzah.
The half orc thing's only melee attacks, right?
The what?
The half orc thing is only melee attacks, right?
Oh, it's or is it strength? It actually might just be strength, not melee, but strength.
Savage. No, it's melee weapon attacks.
Got
Gah.
it.
That's okay. Okay. But that's 12 damage. Swat.
It's seriously injured.
I'm going to use my second wind and recover some hit points.
Go
D10
ahead.
plus 2.
Okay, go ahead and
I just
do that.
clicked them. Rolling the dice. Oh, really? Okay. So I get 2 hit points back.
It happens. It's gonna happen one out of every 10 times, unless you're a.
Okay, 3 hit
you're a
points
halfling.
though. That's what's going on. Why is it zooming in on me? Okay. Yeah.
right.
So it's Bume. I'm done.
Hume, what would you like to do?
So Bumnibdi mutters a couple of words, and this glowing hawk, kind of incorporeal hawk, appears
Nice.
with this aura around it that expands out to a 30-foot radius range. And then he's going to prepare an action with his great club for when one of them comes to attack him, he can counterattack.
And is the hawk is a bonus action?
Correct.
And what is the hawk's effects?
So any attack on a creature within the aura has an advantage. And you also have advantage on wisdom perception checks while you're in the aura.
Nice.
Okay, very cool. Okay, cool. So you guys all have advantage on your attacks. Cool. Okay,
How far out does it go?
30 feet radius.
30-foot radius. So the owls are always staying between in that amount, that distance.
Well, well, you guys are within 30, always within 30 feet of it, and it's your attacks on those, right?
So he did a distance attack, but on the map it shows that the owls are all still
They're going
in
to
that
swoop
range
in and come back out, but they're, I guess, why do they need to be within the radius? Is what I'm asking.
because it's the attack against a target in the aura.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're only going 30 feet up, so yeah, they're only going 30 feet away from you guys. So yeah, they'd still be in the aura.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay. Excellent. So, um, so, are you still prone? Well, you're readying an action, so I assume you stood up to do that, um, to
Yeah.
attack them when they come in, right?
Yeah, because it seemed like
Yep. Yep.
got Gabby stabilized, so
Yep.
and she's up
Okay.
and about.
So this guy's going to come in at the one in the lower right's going to come in and attack you, and and then you can get off your attack at the same time, and it attacks for a 6, which is not going to hit. Not in any
Just
type of world
not.
is that going to hit.
And
Can't hit the side of a barn.
did that go?
Not that I see. There, sweet,
I
critical
think I
hit.
hit it, even without my advantage.
Nice.
It's like baseball. Whoomph.
And so you hit it with a critical hit, just lopping, just crushing one of its wings, and it sort of, you think you've killed it. It sort of goes if it's going to hit the ground, but um, it sort of just starts to fly off away. It sort of comes down here. You hit it. It misses you terribly. You just basically crush one of its wings, and it starts to fly off. You aren't sure how much of this was an effect of it not liking the vision of a big hawk, that has an aura around it, which you figured is probably not what they want to see. All right, the last one that's fully healthy is going to take one shot. He's going to come in and going to try to attack Antonio, and that's going to hit um, for 4 slashing damage and then pop back out. Gabby, you're up.
She's gonna cast sleep again on the one that just flew in.
Okay. Roll those dice.
Thinking.
Whoa.
Nice.
And to well, where did you cast it? Did you cast it to the right or to the left of it?
Like somewhere in there, but
Yep, that's fine. Both of those two, the one on the left and the one on the upper left, um, fall from the sky and are crushed from the damage as
how many hit points
they both fall asleep.
did they have?
Well, because the one was down, right? So they had 19.
Yeah, because
Oh,
You literally had
The
exactly what
crit
you needed because one had 19, one had 7.
got it.
So
Nice.
yeah, it's exactly what you needed.
Perfect.
Sleep doesn't always work that well. So that works out awesome. So and then seeing that the one that
Gabby is the anti-aircraft gun.
exactly the one at the bottom of the screen just flies off. Seeing that it was pretty banged up and seeing that it's all that you did to everybody around. So bruised and battered and not sure what's around the corner, you guys regroup from the attack of the owls.
Bumnibdi takes the oyster from Spalaria and says, "Thanks."
Got it. Um, uh, does he offer it to Gabby since she's still hurting? Or is that
Sure. He holds it out to Gabby and, raises an eyebrow, questioning, like, "Want it?"
Gabby says no thanks, and then uh, swallows her acorn healing potion,
got it?
trying to get
Got
the
it.
taste out of her mouth.
Bumnibdi kind of shrugs and puts it back in his pack.
All right. Now you guys are like, you really want to find this shelter, and you realize that you're nearby. The blizzard is cleared at least enough. I mean, it's still bad, but you've got enough visibility to where you can see the side of this rock outcropping. And sure enough, and so you start to head that way. You're only a little bit further along when you come across um, another frozen body in the snow. You happen upon the frozen remains of another caravan member and perhaps other victims of the owls. Um, by the looks of it, this one, uh, she froze solid while preparing to drink a potion, evident from the vial clutched in her hand. She's also wearing a platinum ring set with a large sapphire that looks valuable.
Oh. Well,
Bumnibdi's going to check out the potion.
All right, it looks like it's a potion of healing, and that's not a clam, and it's not
it's
tricky or anything.
frequent.
And you get it permanently. It doesn't go away at the end of the session. So anyway, you guys now have an additional potion of healing. Kind of makes up for the acorn one that Cabby just drank. Anyway,
Uh,
Hawk, were you looking at the
I'll
ring? Did you say?
I'm gonna take the ring with the intent to try and find family
Sure, you
of this
are.
person and return it to them.
Would you give
Hey,
me
I'm a
a?
good boy.
Oh, okay. Good, good. Can you give? Let's see. Hold on a second. Bring it back up. Can you give me a dexterity check, just a straight dex check?
Okay. Dexterity.
So,
There goes that finger.
yep. So as you probably pull the ring off, you hear a snap, and the entire the finger comes off with the ring on it, and you're
That's
you're
when
able to
that's when everybody hears oops.
yep, and then you're able to popsicle the finger out of it and push it through, and you have the ring.
I was afraid that was gonna happen.
Yeah. So is the
Is there
Goliath,
anything
and it did.
to
So
identify her?
nothing to identify her. Just another
Uh,
dead person in the snow.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's no identifying features in like a money pouch or whatever, or a pouch, belt pouch.
No,
Uh,
there is not.
but this ring does look like it could be identified by someone. Uh, Maybe it can turn it into the authorities or something. But let's hurry and try and get some cover.
Okay.
Nibdy will offer the healing potion to Gabby.
Like indicating she should drink it or just giving it to her?
Giving it to her, it's up to her what she wants to do with it.
Okay. She's feeling pretty good after her acorn. So she'll tuck that in her bag and thank
And
him.
he gives her a thumbs up.
she gives two back.
All right. Let's. Can you guys want to do another survival check? See how quickly you find the cave.
Survival.
Sorry, it's being really.
Slow.
Come on.
Getting turned around.
All right.
Yay!
You really are anxious when you see that when you get to the rock formation to find a cave, get out of this weather because you feel like. Yes.
I was going to say, I believe that the hawk totem is still here, and so we have advantage on wisdom perception checks.
Ah, there you go. So all of you actually are successful, and so you quickly are able to find the cave and get out of this numbing cold, um, and you avoid any difficulty finding the cave, which might result in something like exhaustion. But so you, upon entering you find a cave in the side of this outcropping of rock. Upon entering the cave, the characters find it spacious and warm. Even the wind seems unable to ruin it. At the back of the cave, a tiny stream flows from a crack in the wall and collects into a pool, which is safe to drink. Um,
Are we able to
so
take a short rest here?
you are able to take a long rest if you like,
So before doing
or a
so,
short rest.
Nibdy asks Hawkins if he can see that ring for a moment, and
Sure.
Nibdy is going to do a detect magic.
Okay. When Nimibdi does detect magic, nothing glows about the ring, but you do get a faint sense from the box that. Wait, is this true? Shoot.
There were two boxes, a strong
Yes, I'm
box,
not
and
gonna go
a
back and look and see what's in. I actually don't know that there's anything magical in either box. Now that I think about it, no. What's the distance at which you detect magic?
30-foot cone.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. I
and it lasts for
apologize.
like a minute.
I apologize
So
if I was mistaken on that, but I don't think there's nothing in this cave, and there's I don't believe any of the things that you guys have found, except for like the potions and stuff, the things you know are magic, glow with magic.
okay.
What about Solaria's flask?
And nothing about Spolaria's flask glows. Nothing about there's any magic around any of the three.
I thought maybe that would be the reason why she was so frantic in finding it. Okay, we'll rest. I'll at least take a short rest first, and
Yeah.
then in case anything happens over the course of the night.
Yeah.
Um,
Go ahead.
I've set the wolf down, um, and I'm sure within an hour or so it wakes up.
Nibdy has some rope. He'll tie the wolf up so that it can't leap up and run away when it comes to.
Uh, Hawkins would stop you and say, if it wants to leave, let it go.
Nibdy says, I want to talk to it first.
Well, I'm sure you'll have a moment to talk to it before it bolts.
Yeah, when it comes to, it does not seem. It's still pretty. It's pretty beaten up, right? So it's a little scared of what it sees, but it also seems to recognize the warmth and just sort of stays at a distance from you guys, crawling to the side of the cave, but doesn't seem to want to go out into the weather.
I
If
think
you
I
want,
still have rations. I'll go try and maybe toss it a piece of jerky or something.
okay. And
Nobody asked the
I was gonna say,
wolf why it was attacking the party.
food. I don't know how intelligently it doesn't strike you as a it's like not like an awakened wolf or anything intelligent. You would
Okay.
have experience talking to these animals. Seems like it's a normal wolf that was basically like thought it was easy food kind of thing. You know, came across this thing. Doesn't seem anything strange or anything. Um,
Okay.
Not like sort of like the owls which you observed seem
And
to
not like
be
the wolves from
possessed,
their first session.
and not like the wolves from the first session that are awakened. Exactly.
Okay.
You just happened upon a couple of wolves attacking that guy.
He asked if there's anything else in the area that's any other wolves or hyenas or anything that's killing in this area that it's afraid
Not
of
really.
or competing.
Most of the things out here are. I mean, we struggle to survive. There's not much. There's not much prey. There's not much. Bigger. And that way, when they came across some folks that were waylaid, they thought it was. They thought they'd get a quick bite because most of the other creatures are not foolish enough to be traveling, especially with this blizzard that's going on right now. And again, he's probably not as eloquent, right? He's just a
Right.
wolf, but you get that sense, right?
Bimnudis tells him that they're sorry about his companion, but such is the nature of the Fang, that the strong must survive. But he says that the wolf is welcome to travel with them if it will help the party and to avoid harm and protect it.
He seems to appreciate being not killed, but he appreciates the sort of warmth of the cave, but he's just going to sort of keep his distance from you guys for the moment.
Bimnibdi,
I'm assuming it's the offered rations
Yes, he does.
because
He does.
I'm
He
gonna
sni-
mark it off my.
Yeah, he sniffs them and then eats them.
and he's still badly wounded.
Yes, relatively. I mean, he's going to recover. It's not exactly clear how well he's going to do. How well would a lone wolf do? Out in these kind of conditions without the pack, but um, at the moment he's not. He's better than stable. He's healing up. He'll probably want to
Bimnibdi,
rest it off for a day.
Bimnibdi uses a cure wounds to help the wolf,
Okay.
and then he tells him, "You would do better with us, and we would enjoy the additional company," and tries to persuade him again to join them.
Um, all right. Go ahead and give me a animal handling check. Excellent. You're not sure. He seems. You think it was a difficult thing to try to get, but he seems to be maybe. He seems to be considering it,
Okay,
but he
and
still kind of keeps his space for now. And maybe he comes up to. Maybe he approaches Hawk, and when he sees Hawk eating some of his own rations, he kind of approaches him while looking skittish and staying at a little bit of distance, as if he might actually accept more food from you guys if you wouldn't give it. And no, you don't have to like knock off another ration. We can assume that
Yeah,
you give him enough
basically,
that
I
yeah,
knocked up a full day's worth of rations for him.
right. So that would be
So
not just a little bit you gave him initially, but any additional one
yeah.
if he chooses to eat it. Yep. Sorry, Kev, were you gonna say something?
that was it.
All right.
Gabby's just
Temper.
sitting with the other three people and giving them the same spiel she gives everybody and just kind of rambling, but she kind of sounds like, the kid that is obviously tired. She's talking a lot, but it's kind of quieter and like clearly she needs just to go to sleep. But she's He's too busy rambling to these poor, unfortunate souls.
All right.
Hawkins just smiled with that. I think I'm playing his 8 charisma, as he's generally more comfortable with animals than with people. So he's kind of keeping his distance. He'll be protective over the 3, but he's, in fact, everybody in the group, but he doesn't talk much to them. He talks more to Bume and Gabby.
Got it. All right. Well, a couple things happen while you guys are initially just doing the first hour or so of like the short rest. Everybody's kind of taking it easy initially before, because it is still, the day's short, but it's still early in the day, sort of thing. Just part of the indoor hours as the sun the dim light is starting to fade. Um, Antonio sort of in a relatively safe manner sort of goes and is sort of poking around and looking and sort of says that I think there's some further um, uh, this cave goes back further. There's some tunnels back here, and in fact, I went a short distance, and it looks like it actually becomes somebody's built and carved out an actual proper um, some proper tunnels and rooms um, in this cave sort of complex. Um, and at the same time as he's saying that, Spilaria um, says, "Hey, has anybody seen Warren?" And you all look around, and you don't see
I thought he
Warren.
was here.
Shows up. Yeah.
Is
Um,
this is during the first hour, so after
yeah.
like a short rest, but before a
You've
long
all taken
rest?
a short rest. Yeah, you've all taken a short rest.
Oh yeah, Gabby
So,
fell asleep. She doesn't know. She
yeah.
doesn't know where Warren went.
Um,
So nobody noticed Warren going anywhere?
Nope. And at that moment, you hear what sounds like a scream from just outside the cave, in out in up front, um, and it sounds like it's a man who screamed, and then it's cut short.
Snatch up my sword and shield and head out to go see what's going on.
All right. Um, Once you get out there, just outside the cave's mouth, you find what's left of Warren. For lack of a better description, he's been torn limb from limb, and his component parts arranged in an unusual geometric pattern in the snow. The only indication of what happened are the tracks of a large creature, a bear perhaps, quickly being erased by the wind-driven snow. Let me show you.
Is there
Can
any
Bumnibdi see if he knows
arcane?
what kind of animal it was?
Sorry, I'll check on that in the Namibdi. And then what were you saying, Hawk?
Is there any arcane significance to this geometric pattern?
Go ahead and give me our Arcana check, Hawk, and Namibdi, go ahead and give me a
Woo!
nature check, please.
That's a nice Arcana check. 18.
Yeah. All right. Excellent work on both of them. Namibdi, sorry if I Bumibdi. God, I can't say that name. I'm just gonna go back to calling it you. Bo. Um, you think that these are the tracks of a very large owl bear. And Hawkins, you don't find any arcana significance to it, but it does seem intelligently made. And when
Huh.
Namibdi tells you that he thinks it's an owl bear, you're sort of struck by the fact that owl bears don't, you know, they they don't
Yeah.
do this sort of thing. This isn't really their thing. So,
I comment to everybody that this this design is intentional. Owlbear or no, I'm wondering if it's similar to those owls that attacked us. There's some significance. But let's not wander off outside the cave.
All right.
Maybe this tunnel will lead us to safety.
So, what's your plan? You want to kind of at least take a peek at what Antonio found first, or do you want to try to rest here, or what do you?
So if we go back inside the cave, and
Yep.
Antonio tells us about this, Nibdi tells everybody else, wait here, let me take a look at what's back there. He walks towards the back of the cave, and then everybody sees him transform.
Okay.
And he wild shapes into a giant centipede.
Nice.
And as a giant centipede, he's going to go back into the cave and check it out. As the giant centipede, he has blind sight as well as, sorry, bringing it up here.
Oh, Jiminy Christmas.
Are
He
you
has
guys
30-foot blind sight.
okay?
He also has climbing ability.
Cool. So, by the way, in the cave itself, in the front cave, I assume you guys cranked up a little fire or something, or
if we can gather enough wood, or if my survival instincts were enough for me to grab some wood on our way there, if anytime I saw anything,
sure,
then yeah, we would try to set up a fire.
I would almost say you probably are even just. It's kind of like the traveler's kit. You know, you're carrying, even though it weighs you down a little bit more, you try to always carry at least some. And as you're getting closer, you probably carried more to get in there. So yeah, you got a bit of a fire going there.
I was kind of
actually,
thinking like,
go ahead, Bill.
I was just thinking that as a forester, when we were in trouble, I was thinking maybe I would just be looking for fallen branches and stuff and just snag anything we pass by.
Makes sense. What are you guys saying,
Instead of a giant centipede, I think he'll be a giant wolf spider instead.
Okay.
So that gives him perception and stealth bonuses. He can climb. He's got blind sight for 10 feet and dark vision for 60 feet.
Okay.
Whew. Yeah, that gives me an involuntary shiver.
Gabby's not riding the giant wolf spider.
Thankfully, Gabby's sleeping.
He looks at Gabby and he like points at her with one leg, and he points to his back with one leg, and he shrugs with two other legs.
Gabby steps behind Hawkins and just kind of peeks around from behind him.
And then he will go back into the cave and check it out.
All right, a short tunnel branching from the first chamber transitions from unworked stone to a corridor of hewn stone, ending in a grand chamber, 30 feet across, and well, I don't know, as a spider, I guess you can climb around and see, but anyway, and with an ornate ceiling 40 feet overhead. The walls are covered in detailed bas-relief carvings. In the far wall is a door. It appears to be a door, but it's covered in ice. And the long cold remnants of a camp are nestled near that door. And there's 2 additional tunnels leading out of the room into darkness. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, as you guys can think about what you want to do or take a break.
So I think Nibdi, so he's got good vision for the dark and he's got good movement, so he might check things out a little bit more, plus he's got stealth.
Yeah. Especially if you're like going along the ceiling, right? It's not like everything's gonna initially be looking up there.
Yeah. I'm a little, so I did get back some stuff on the short rest, but
yeah,
Scott said earlier we could take a long rest, so I was kind of thinking we were, and now it sounds like things are rolling, so I'm kind of hoping we still get a chance for a long rest.
We may. I think if you can successfully scout it out, we can head back, take the long rest before we let anybody know we're there.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Not get into something, just make sure we're going to be kind of safe.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they've replaced Noel with Sean.
You're muted.
I was gonna say, oh my gosh, they replaced Noel with Sean. Did he come in and like, is he like the guy in the corner of the fight? Like, okay, you guys gonna be all right, you know, he's, like gives you a drink of water and.
All right, all right. Shake it off. Shake it off. Round 2. Use the jab.
Exactly. All right.
On the plus side, I'm only down 1 hit point, and if we get in a fight, I'll be okay. But I think everybody else needs to
They
get
got a
their
short
stuff
rest
in a
in.
row.
So they got a short rest in. So everybody should be at full hit
Yeah.
points if they roll, or close to if they rolled their hit dice.
I rolled 1, and it got me up to 19, so I'm only under by 1.
Yeah.
Uh,
So.
but then Gabby's used 2 spell slots out of her 3, but she can recoup
Yeah.
1 with the sorcery point, so she's got 2.
So Wolf
With
Spider.
arcane recovery, but yeah.
Wolf Spider, what do you do when after you see this room?
So he's
No
gonna
creatures,
kind
as
of
far as you can tell.
know what, as far as I can tell.
No creatures. I'm sorry, no creatures. Like.
Okay. He's gonna crawl around, just kind of like on the walls and the ceiling, check and see if he can see if there's any writing anywhere. You said there was a remains of a camp that was in here. Did they presumably they had a fire going? He's gonna check and see if that's
There's some
totally
old dry
cold.
firewood there. Yep. And a
Okay.
few camping supplies. But um, the camping supplies look kind of different. Um, Definitely does not look like a fresh camp. And the supplies themselves make you think this is a very old camp, like hundreds of
Okay.
years old. Like as if we were to see something like it's, so they don't have the things that you guys would be used to, you know.
Any footprints or anything around here?
No footprints.
Okay, so the door is pretty much completely iced over and blocked in. It would take some effort to like dig into the ice and get it open.
Chip it away, yeah, something.
Okay.
And then there are 2 tunnels that that do leave that are open that you can go
Okay.
further away out of this room. But you
So
don't
he's
hear any
gonna.
sounds coming from those, at least from while you're in the room.
Okay. Traveling stealthily, probably on the ceiling.
Hmm.
He's gonna go down the left-hand tunnel. Uh, Probably at least if he goes 100 feet and he doesn't find anything, he might start thinking about turning around. But he's gonna go at least that far or whatever, something he can.
Yeah, I think both of these are only about that far, and they just open up into larger caverns. One looks like it has a lake or a river, some sort of water source at the other end, um, and then the other one, just 2 large. Each of them are a little different. They're not the same shape or anything. And these are not. These are natural caves, right? These are natural caves. So, but they're probably like, I don't know, 40 by 60 or something like that, maybe if they're that big. But they're not just one big round thing. They're just sort of these funky caverns. Can you give me 2 perception checks? And does the
Okay,
spider
so
get any benefits to his perception, or is he only
perception +3.
okay? Well, that
So just
that the perception itself won't. You just roll your own perception, which is yeah. You would just roll your own perception because that you remember you retain your wisdom. I just if they have like a benefit on a perception check or something like
he
that.
has
Any traits
he has
or
blind sight
anything?
and dark vision, which I would get.
Mm-hmm.
He has web sense, but there's no web presumably
No.
around here.
Yeah, you're not seeing a web, but okay. Yeah, just go ahead and roll 2 perception checks for me.
So I have to bring him up. It is a little slow.
All right. in one of the caves that you go into, um, at the far end of the cave, you think you see something on the. You see what looks like. At first, you think it maybe is a creature or something, and then something twinkled or kind of twinkled, I guess, that caught your eye from a distance. But it was, and then you notice it's like it looked like the form of a humanoid, uh, but it didn't move and you didn't smell anything, and you just think it's a corpse or a skeleton, something like that. The remains of a human, or the remains of a humanoid, I should say, at one end. Otherwise, both caves, as far as you can tell, did not seem occupied.
Okay, and this corpse doesn't seem to move if I watch it for a moment or two.
Nope.
Okay, and no other doors or
No, they both seem to
anything.
be. Yep.
One has a stream going through it. It's like an underground river type thing.
Yeah, that's the one I think that has the skeleton. Sorry, let me look. Um, yeah, that one. That's the one that you see the body or the remains.
Okay. All right. He will head back out to the main cave and then switch back into regular Nibdi form and fill everybody in on what he found.
Got it. And since he took a long rest before he did that, or short rest before he did that, so he's got that cost him one change, but he's still got another shape change, wild shape, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Make sure we're on the same page. All right. So now you guys have heard all those things.
So one cavern was
It's
a stream. One cavern was just a cavern.
yeah.
No,
So
no.
yep, exactly. So you go through a tunnel that's a natural tunnel. Then you hit a a carved room, right? Like a room that was made, right? Carved out of the
Yeah,
thing. From that room, two natural tunnels take you to two natural caverns, one of which has
yeah.
a water source, the other which was just not, it was all dry. They're both pretty large. Um, and then um,
The
and then
door
there's
keeps an eye.
the only other proper exit, if you will, from it uh, is there's appears to be a door that's frozen or has ice over it that looks like it was potentially be a proper exit from that room. And in front of that is a long abandoned camp.
Did it look like that door could have been maybe made by dwarves, or was there
Pretty
any
tough,
kind of
pretty tough to tell.
what?
A, because he's a furbog looking through spider's eyes, but more importantly because you really can't tell anything about the door because it is like covered in ice.
And then you said there were bas reliefs all over the walls.
That's right. And then around the walls there's bas reliefs. Exactly.
What were they depicting? I would be asking Unity first
Right.
before we decide to move in there.
He didn't really. I'll say that when he gets back and he shape changes and tells you that he didn't, since he didn't ask me what they were, then I'm going to say that he didn't really take much notice, just that they were there.
Okay.
He looked for writing, but he didn't look for
Yeah,
what the
and there was
shapes
no
were.
writing.
Okay. But it looks fairly safe, so we could move into that room and set up the camp in there.
He saw nothing that would make him think it wasn't.
You guys want to move in there? Or you guys want to just camp here and then check it out tomorrow?
It's a good question. We've got owlbear out front, but this room only has two directions to defend against. If we move in there, there's potentially three.
Yeah. And if
We,
we're backed into this corner of a cave, there's just basically one way to defend, right?
yeah, although we wouldn't have to stay in the main room, we could go into one of the tunnels, maybe the one without the stream and the corpse in it, but the other one. And then that would give us a more defensible point.
Gabby sat to pick you.
Oh, is Gabby sleeping?
No, she's awake now.
Ask Gabby what she thinks.
Oh, she's just carrying her box and just waiting for wherever we go to settle back down. She
Well, that's
she she
two
kind of
boxes.
considers.
She's technically carrying two boxes, right? She's carrying the box that she found in the snow, and then she's carrying the box with her, with Shelly in it, right?
Oh, Shelly's in her backpack.
Oh, okay.
She's nestled away in her backpack.
Got it.
She'd like to get
likes the
farther from
idea
the
of
entrance.
Is it warmer deeper in than it is out here?
It does seem to be a little bit warmer. Not
Okay, let's just do
substantially, but
that.
it's not. Yep.
Yeah.
Nibdi likes the
Let's
idea of
do
going
that.
to the room where there's nothing in it, but there's only the one way in.
Okay. We should check the ceiling for cave fissures and the like. But I'm assuming that because you were probably up on the ceiling or thereabouts, that maybe you would have seen them.
Yeah, I crawled all over the place, so there wasn't anything dangerous there, presumably.
Okay, well, let's go hit that. I'll set to kind of, I'll grab a couple of burning logs to be torches, and then kind of put out the rest of the fire, and instruct the others to kind of gather up that wood, and we'll bring it further in for the campfire further in.
Okay. Spilari and Antonio seem relieved to be going in further and to get away from whatever's out there that in the snow that's ripping.
And will the wolf follow us?
Yeah, the wolf will follow. He's still
Yeah, it'd
staying a
be okay
distance.
us dancing lights when we head farther in. So there's
Okay.
like 3 colorful Christmas light looking lights floating,
Nice.
kind of bouncing off the walls and that sort of thing.
Okay.
As we pass through the main room, I'm going to try and take a look at those bas reliefs.
Sure. Okay. These carvings depict numerous wizards casting spells that alter entire landscapes, floating cities as grand as Neverwinter or Waterdeep, and ancient gods who are somewhat familiar yet distinctly different from the ones revered today. Um, you are anybody who's really interested in the carvings who wants to try to make something of them. It sounds like Hawkins can make a Arcana or History check if you like.
But Arcana, I got Arcana. I'd rather do that than History.
Are there any
Okay.
dragons?
No, I don't think there are. They don't mention dragons, so I don't think so. A couple things you know. These old gods are no longer worshipped. For instance, the goddess of magic referenced is Mistral, not Mistra, which is the current one.
Okay.
You do know that the floating cities were unique to the Netheril Empire, and it's been gone 1,000 years. The pictograms identify this particular ruin as a school or research group that studied necromancy. And these ruins date from the Second Age of Netheril and Nether Age, when the Nether scrolls that allowed the Empire's magical might to flourish were found. That was about 4,000 to 5,000 years before the present age.
I'll go into like the scholar's speech about it, and probably in as boring a fashion as possible because of my 8 charisma. Like rattling it off like a professor doing a lecture.
Gabby, as you're walking away from him prattling on, I don't know, just assuming that, you come upon the camp that Bumibdi had described. Um, there's you see some more dry firewood, camping supplies, and you see a backpack that's covered by a paper thin layer of limestone deposited by years of water dripping on it from above. And then you take another look at the door. It looks like it's pretty thick with ice. That it would take some time maybe say a couple hours to chip away the ice, um, and and you know, you think that maybe it looks kind of like maybe it's a whitish color door, which would be different from the rest of the walls and things, but it's really hard to tell if that's the door or if it's the ice. It's really hard to tell like what you're seeing is it just the thickness of the ice or is it actually the door itself below or you know underneath it.
Gabby sits down her box and goes through the backpack.
All right, backpack. We gotta hand it.
What have you got there, Gabby?
The backpack is covered by a paper-thin layer of limestone deposited by years of water dripping from above. Contains a tattered journal and a leather pouch. The leather pouch contains pebbles painted in various colors of sparkly paint. In
Ooh,
addition to the
pretty.
journal and the pebbles, the back also contains a potion and a slender silver needle, as well as a silver trade ingot.
She sits down with the bag of pebbles in her lap and then like goes through the journal.
Okay,
But like
I'm gonna
pointed
share.
out the bag to Hawkins and
Sure.
Bumnibdi.
I'm going to share this. It does mention you're able to figure out at some point the silver needle is an actual magic item. It's an illuminator's tattoo, which you either find out. You may
Illuminators?
not find out immediately. You might find out after some identification or detect magic or something. But messing around with it, but it's no fun to sit there without knowing what it is.
Does I do bring up because I'm assuming Bumnibdi mentioned something about the corpse.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
If the folk use this room to practice their necromancy, perhaps we'd be careful when investigating that corpse tomorrow, and be aware that we should still set watches.
Unibdi agrees, and he suggests we head down the other tunnel and get a long rest. He's he's reasonably up to snuff, but he's feeling kind of tired. It's been a long day of transformations for him.
Yeah. As I don't have to worry about recovering arcane spell slots, recover arcane energies, I'll take the midnight watch so that the two of you can have uninterrupted watches or uninterrupted sleep.
Did you want us to see that journal, Scott?
Yep. Well,
Okay.
Gabby's seeing it. You guys don't see it, but Gabby is.
Okay.
So there's a lot to take in there. Um, it looks like there's things that give indication of, uh, and you're with the, it's basic intelligence to be able to understand that the 9 stones that you have um, they match, and he's got descriptions of them, whether they be stone of protection, fortitude, regeneration, leadership, etc., etc. But that it looks like from his journal, there's 4 additional ones that he doesn't yet know what the shape and color is. But he does have some assumptions as to what he thinks that they are.
But the stones themselves don't seem magical, right?
They do
The
not seem
glitter
magical.
stone.
Nope, they do not. And there's some other notes
This,
that I didn't type below that you can actually see if you zoom in on it in the upper left that talks about things like their Netherese ruins, Congenio's pebbles, the staff brings power, and abandoned for 1,000 years or more, um, caster of great magical power. And then you also see a chopped off hand.
That's the picture of a chopped off hand, right? It's
Oh,
not
sorry, yeah, the picture of a chopped off hand. Yes, not
there's
an
not a
actual.
hand sitting in the background.
Exactly.
Okay.
No.
All right. So I'm assuming with training in Arcana, do I even need to roll that I think these are somebody's studies of the Ion Stone?
You are very familiar with the fact that these are ion stones
Okay. But
because
it's definite that
if you don't,
those
everybody
pebbles.
else would. Yeah, or definitely Gabby would because it's a Arcana thing that you know that wizards use these as the ion stones and have used them
Okay.
for a long time back in the Netherreal era. Not that there's that much
Right.
significance. You just know that that's what they are.
Um, this is one of the instances uh, where Hawkins actually becomes more Gabby than Gabby, and he's like just talking about things that he's learned about this stuff. Um, I mean, the fact that he was returning home from study abroad of the arcane. Um, this is all kinds of stuff that he may have learned on those travels, and he just starts prattling off.
Gabby is unusually quiet, apparently having a book to read. Quiets her. She's very focused on reading the book.
Very cool. Okay.
Oh, she takes
There's
that
certain
needle
things.
too and the ingot thing.
Cool.
Is there is the mark on the trade ingot something more contemporary, or is that also related to the Netherese?
It looks old. Doesn't necessarily look Netherese, but it
But
looks old.
okay.
Yeah.
But the symbol is not the symbol because normally trade bars are stamped with a symbol.
Right.
It
It would
wouldn't
not be
be
something
something that.
anything you'd recognize. So you'd have to suspect
Okay.
it to be 100 or more years old. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's go head off and set up camp. People need to sleep.
Okay. All right. You guys are able to get to rest up and get a night's rest, and you come back after a long rest, still in this cave.
Woohoo!
What would you like to do?
Just confirming because I was putting my headphones back on. We were able to get a long rest.
Long rest.
Woo!
Yay! Yay!
You can use that macro if you want. All
Could
it
we
does
have
is give you your hit
built
points.
a fire next to the door, like during this?
So Gabby suggests that
I
we build a fire next to the door. What were you going to say, Hawkins?
I I thought the plan was to go into the next room. Was it the tunnel to the right that doesn't have the water, and
Sure.
set up camp in there?
Yeah, Gunibdi says I think we should do that too. I can take care of the ice in front of the door when we get to that point.
Okay.
All right, so you awake in your um, when you were in the cavern. Did you light a fire in the cavern that you were doing the rest in?
Yes.
All right,
I would want everybody to stay warm over the night.
got it. Um, in doing so, you found somebody stumbled upon what appeared to be two sparkly gems, um, which I'll show you in a bit. I don't have an easy way of showing them to you, actually.
All right.
But they seem like you suspect that maybe they're related to based upon Gabby's reading of the tattered journal. There's four. There was he was looking for a total of 13 of them, and
Yeah.
you have nine, so that was two of them.
What do they look like?
One's a blue rhomboid.
You have Stone of awareness.
Just know it all.
Well, it says it in the journal.
Just teasing you.
I'm wondering if these may be necessary to open up the door.
And it looks like a gem-shaped stone, clear or white.
Okay. And they were in this cavern.
Yes, just on the ground.
Okay.
You found them.
When we go to investigate the other rooms in the morning, I'll light a proper torch.
Okay.
And if we have any wood left over, we can go start a fire in front of the door just
Sure,
to
'cause
get it to start.
there's wood left over because you brought wood, plus there's wood from the original camp that was there.
Campsite. Okay.
And it does seem to be
Shall we go?
melting. The
Yeah,
fire near the
Nibdi,
door does seem to be melting the door, melting the ice, but it'll take some time. What were you saying, Nabibdi? Bamibdi?
he would actually advise against lighting a fire there. He's concerned that we don't necessarily know what's behind that door, and while it's sealed with ice, we don't have to worry about it as much.
Okay.
We should wait. I can help take care of that ice when we get there.
Okay. Well, then let's continue on into the other room and check out that corpse and see if the stream has drinkable water. We can replenish our stores.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, you know that there's drinkable water in the first cavern you were in, which is, there was drinkable water there, so you guys are pretty well stocked with, I think, drinkable water. But all the same.
Okay.
All right, you go back to the other
Go.
cavern
Yeah.
and discover. I probably could have shown you these. Oops. Whoa. Let me just make sure. Close up some of these things. Um, sorry. Uh, it's just so slow. This was the original. This was the one that you were. This is the one you slept in.
Okay.
So we're in the corridor on our way out of it.
Yep.
Okay, and we should have 6 tokens. There should be 1 for the wolf.
The wolf's with you. No worries. So did you say you were going to the other cavern to look for the water, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go from the head on in.
I'm assuming that the slow roll 20 will continue
Oh,
to
are you
reveal
not?
more and more.
Sorry. Yeah. Man, I can't even. Yeah. Sorry. You should. I've revealed like half the map now, so you should see it. But it is very slow.
So
For
we
me,
should
I can.
only see half the map. Like I
Yeah,
can
I
see
can
six
see it.
squares going up, kind of, but nothing beyond that. It's like half. It's like the map's cut off beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can see half the map. That's what I was saying. I've only revealed half the map. But can you guys move your characters up there? Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah. There you go. We're not doing dynamic lighting, which is good because I can't even imagine how bad this would be if it had dynamic lighting.
Be right back.
Oh, sparkling. That about 18 feet to jump across.
That's not deep water. Let me see what the description of the thing is. Sorry. It literally says nothing about this description. Like this is a nicer version of the exact same drawing that it came with, but it says
Yeah.
nothing about. It doesn't even say that the room has water in it. It's just like it's just yeah. So yeah, let's. Um, there is no monster here. So what you guys go over, you discover that it's a skeleton and that there's two of the sparkly gem thing, not gem things, but sparkly stones. And you
Okay.
suspect it's the last four of them. And then you do a
Okay.
nice search. You don't see anything else of value. You don't see anything that explains why there's a skeleton there or why these particular stones were there. And then you head back to the room with the
And
door.
there's no other exits
And
in
there's
this room, right?
no other exits in this room.
Okay. Yeah, we'll head out to the main room.
Okay. Christina, you guys recovered two stones off the skeleton and then left the room. There was nothing of otherwise of note in the room, in the
What do they
cavern, I
look
should
like?
say. They look like now we can go back. Let's see, the last two here. Let me look. Where'd they go? What the f? Oh, I know why. Sorry. It's like, what did they do? They took away my stones. What were the last two? Oh, the kind of gem shaped, and then
A clear white gem and a blue
there's one
brown
that's a
blade.
sphere. It's a multicolor sphere, like blue and red, and
Okay.
a green triangular type thing.
Okay.
All right. Let's pick up the pace a little bit because we are 2.5 hours in.
Yeah.
So you are able to successfully. Well, what are you guys going to do? Just tell me what you're going to do. You don't have to get into a lot of detail. Just tell me what your general plan is. Are you going to try to melt the or knock the ice off?
If it looks like it will go relatively easily, then we can melt slash kind of knock it off. If it
Yep.
looks like it's really thick and it's going to take a long time, then BMD can use a spell for it.
Let's say at the rate you're going, if you just let it melt on its own with the fire, it'll take 2 hours. If you try to chip at it, it'll take 2 hours. But if you do both, it'll take less than an hour.
That's probably reasonable.
Okay, so
Yeah.
an
We'll
hour
do.
later, the door is revealed, and this is not the door, but it gives us gives you an idea. So there's that, and then from this, I can also give you
Gabby's worked out the 4 stones while they were working on the door.
nice. Um, no, no thanks, no thanks. What I didn't want to do that. I wanted to go and do that. Oh come on! Oh my god! Okay, Roll20 will be with us in just a sec, hopefully. There it goes.
time-wise, are we like ahead of where the other group was at this point, or is that too revealing to even give us that?
I think you're maybe just a little bit ahead of them time-wise, but I'm taking a slightly different path
Okay.
with you guys, so
Interesting.
not a significantly different one. It's a matter of me trying to save. Basically, we're trying to squeeze a full 4 hour session into 3 hours. So I'm
Yeah.
proactively having to cut things, basically.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to
Like big
listen.
long searches for gems and things.
Yeah, more than that, but yeah, I'll tell you about it afterwards. Um, okay, sorry, I'm trying to reveal the other gems, but I'm really. Oh, okay, now they're just gone. Gosh, man, sorry, it just. Okay, got that. I just don't. Part of this is I'm against my better interest. I'm using my work Mac, and it's a little bit of a challenge. Okay. Let me start showing you some other things. You reveal the door. The stuff melts away, and you see a door that is. I'm going to show you. There's a pattern on the door with some writing underneath the ice. And sorry, I'm just. Okay, enough of that. There's an inscription on the door in Netherese. There are depictions of stones around the outside of the door and a chute under the text in the middle of the door. Um, that is that. Um, look at your guys' languages for a sec. Um, Gabby, you. Oh, wait a second. Hold on.
This kind of occurred to Bumnibdi that he'd asked the wolf if there was any other baddies around, and the wolf hadn't mentioned anything about the owl bear. He's
Sure.
starting to be slightly suspicious of the wolf.
Got it.
Well, if you remember, the owls came out of nowhere, so it's highly conceivable that this owl bear did the same.
You guys can see the door diagram I shared, right?
Yeah, the circle with the gems.
Yeah. So, Gabby,
Placing.
you recognize the text, the letters as being draconic. However, it looks to you like, um, although you recognize the letters, you don't really recognize the words, and you're struggling to sort of understand the meaning of it. But
Just sounds a little crazy, like trying to pronounce these words, which of course sounds terrifying to other people, but
back. Antonio comes over and helps you, and together you sort of figure out that it looks like it's an ancient dialect or an ancient sort of language with the same root lettering. And by putting together some words and things like that, you are able to piece together what what it says. And yeah, okay. And for me to show it to you, it's going to take 20 minutes, but here we go. It says protection of the leadership leads to mastery. But reserve your intellect for self-preservation. Your fortitude is due to your regeneration and absorption of sustenance. Awareness of insight leads to supreme intellect. And I'm copying that into this handout so you can see it. Okay, I just copied it and saved the changes. I don't know if you'll see the changes on your end, or you might have to, sorry, once it saves it, I'll hit show to players again. So I might bounce up. And now if you scroll down, do you see the sentence?
No.
Okay, close it, and everybody, if you want to close that window, the handout window, and then I'll click on show to players again. Except this, my click isn't really working. There it goes. Okay, and hopefully it'll see it this time.
Nope.
Really?
All that's underneath is something where it tells it says it has writing
Oh,
in
it didn't
Draconic.
save it. Try it again. Roll 20. It's frustrating me. Here, you know what I'm gonna do? Heck with that. That's why they have a chat. Okay, it's in chat.
Not yet, it isn't.
Reserve your intellect.
All I
Protection of
see
leadership.
is one sentence.
Do you see all the sentences? No?
Yeah, I see from, it looks like there were two separate posts.
Yeah, it came through in two posts.
So the second one is just one line.
Wow, I saved it again and it didn't do it again. Oh no, this
It's
time I saved
slowly
it.
coming through in my chat.
Okay.
Bit
And
by
and
bit.
the handout should show it as well now.
Okay, so.
Of course, now it won't let
So-
me select any of the handouts.
So I apologize, Kev, because you asked about. Never mind. I don't think this is. Oh my gosh. Never mind. I don't think I made a mistake on that. Okay.
Tattered journal. That's the one I want. Okay. So should we put them in order of the stones?
I think some of them are going to get swapped around. Like protection of leadership leads to mastery makes me think that the mastery stone should go into the protection slot. Reserve your intellect for self-preservation makes me think the intellect stone should go into self-preservation.
Okay.
It's just giving me a bit.
You're matching them up.
I think it's just these, what it says in Draconic. We don't need to put all the stones in. We just put in these stones. I think it's 4. Your fortitude is due to your regeneration and absorption of sustenance. Yeah, so like for instance, under the stone that's supposed to be the fortitude stone, I think is where we should put the regeneration and absorption. No, sorry. Your fortitude is due to your regeneration, which is, yeah. So I think that the fortitude slot should get the regeneration and the absorption stones. And then the awareness of insight.
Well,
The insight
but then
should.
you have absorption of absorption of sustenance. So we have an absorption and a sustenance stone.
And a regeneration stone.
So should the sustenance go in the absorption slot?
Yeah. Do we want to start with the first line and just kind of work our way through on what we think we need to do for each one?
The last one is the
Okay.
toughest one because the last one does reference 3 stones.
Yeah.
Okay, so starting with the first one, there's protection of leadership leads to mastery. Is that
Okay.
that's the protection stone and the mastery stone?
So do you think, sorry, Christina, do you think you know all 13 stones,
Yeah.
like what they represent? Can you tell me what
Yeah.
you think the gem, blue rhomboid, circle, and the 4 you didn't have?
I think the blue rhomboid is the stone of awareness. The clear white gem is self-preservation. The blue-red sphere is intellect, and the green triangle is mastery.
Okay. And then tell me what you're going to do with each of the phrases and things.
So, what do you guys think? So, protection of leadership leads to mastery. So, do we want to put the leadership stone into the mastery slot or vice versa?
What if we put the protection in
Oh,
the leadership and then the leadership in the mastery? Because we have every stone, right?
You have 13
Yeah.
stones.
I don't know. It's giving me a headache. I feel
Which
like they
one's
don't really
mastery?
slots. Mastery is the green triangle. Well, let's start with the second line maybe, because that seems a little more. Reserve your intellect for self-preservation. So let's put the intellect stone.
There's also a reserve stone.
Shit.
So these are all in sets
Oh.
of 3. Except for the third
So
sentence, which is 4.
So maybe we put like for reserve your intellect for self-preservation. Maybe the reserve and the intellect both go into self-preservation.
Does it look like the door, it looks like there's these colored shapes on the door, and then underneath it is like a little cup or a slot. Does it look like it's a cup or a slot, like the stone would be go in and disappear, or it would just sit there?
It appears that, as far as you can tell, sort of sticking your finger in and things like that, that the slot in the middle of the door, it would be taking a stone, like it goes down and in, and all of the other slots, the 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 opening, if you stick your finger in, it goes up, almost like the stones would come out. In all the circle ones around it, that's where the stones would come out, as opposed to going in. That didn't help.
Does this diagram rotate at all?
Does not appear to.
Do the pictures of the stones, can you press them?
Does not appear to.
Do they don't seem to react to touch?
They do not.
So my thinking is if we put a stone next to each one of these gemstones, it'll stay there. It won't disappear on us. So we can move things around if we need to. But that it doesn't seem like you could put 2 stones into one.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like now.
But we have how many gemstones and how many slots? Like the slot in the
Yeah.
middle is different.
We have 13 gemstones and 14 slots if you count the slot in the middle.
Yeah.
Maybe we just, if we don't think they're going to disappear, just put all the stones into the slot that matches them.
Okay.
I think
Just
it's worth a try.
start simple and just
Yeah.
stick 'em
Don't
where they-
overthink it.
Yeah.
Well,
They all sort of sit there in their little spot. They rattle around. They sit there. They don't seem to do anything.
which one is protection? Protection is the Dusty Rose Prism.
hmm
Which one is the
11
leadership?
o'clock.
Don't worry so much about the colors. If you say the protection stone, I'll know
Okay,
you're grabbing
so-
the right stone.
I'm gonna take the leadership stone and stick it in the protection slot.
Okay.
Does it look like you can push it up and in there?
No.
Okay, we're just gonna
Try to do
sit
that. It
there.
rolls back. Yep. Try to do that. It rolls
Okay.
back.
Okay, then so if that is which one is
Antonio says, "Why don't we put one in the middle and see what happens?"
Good thinking, Antonio. That's why we saved you. Let's stick the stone of protection in the middle.
When you stick the stone of protection in the middle, nothing. Well, the stone of protection goes in, and
It goes in.
it goes in, and it's doesn't come out. It just goes into the goes in the middle, and it just rattles down, and that's that.
Leadership then.
Stick the leadership one in, rattles in it, nothing, and
We're just rolling them all in right down the list. At this point, they're disappearing. Like
so tell me exactly what you're doing. So you put the protection, you put leadership.
Then mastery, then reserve, then intellect, then self-preservation. Right down that list. The
Boop, 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 boop. 13 stones go in. The door is open.
Nice solve, Christina.
Thanks.
You guys are kind of overthinking it.
If we lost
all right.
one, we may as well lose them all.
Yep.
All right.
But
But Antonio's like, hold on. Could be trapped. And so he comes up and he's like, he starts to open it. He's like, I think we're okay. And he pushes it open. And behind it, you see.
the size trap cuts his head off. Oh, shit, Antonio, you're right. Necromancy.
Yeah, still not comfortable about the picture of the hand.
Yeah, the doodles in that person's spell book are a bit creepier than the ones in
The door
Gabby's.
slides open with the grinding of stone. The grand entry room is covered with faded frescoes of life and magic in the Netheril Empire. A heartbeat later, there's a pulse of arcane energy. And on the far wall, you see
Behind us?
far wall through. So until just push the door open, right?
Okay.
This is the room.
In front of us.
The room, yes.
Okay.
And the room in front of you has faded frescoes. Remember, before it was bas reliefs. Now it's faded frescoes. But on the far wall, and you just see this huge, like as if something's. You don't see anything moving. You don't see anything, but it's as if like magically, The Shining or whatever, you're just seeing a letter being spelled out on the far wall. What appears to be some sort of red liquid, perhaps blood. A. N T O N I O. And Antonio screams when he sees his name and goes running back away from you guys.
Okay.
Thanks, Antonio.
Don't leave the cave.
He seems like he is booking it. He books it out of the room, and he is running as if in a desperate panic.
Like maybe a glyph of warding or something, or a symbol of fear. One of those types of magics. More
From this
so than
distance, it
just.
looks like it's just a name on the wall. Is all it looks like, but you
No,
don't know.
but his reaction.
Yeah, you're not sure. His reaction he definitely
Okay.
is of fright. He's frightened or in panic. But
Just saw his name written on the
he's
wall in
gone.
blood.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you freak out? Thing's 1,000 years old. You open
Yep.
the door, it's got your name on it. That's a little creepy.
Yeah, a little bit. Red rum.
But we still have what's her name with us?
She is, but she says, I think we should. Are we sure Antonio's okay?
Christina didn't
No.
have time to. Gabby didn't have time to friend him.
Yeah. Gabby tells Safaria she should go grab him before he leaves the cave.
All right. So Safaria heads back that way, and when she gets to the other room, which isn't that far away, right? Because the rooms are connected by a short tunnel. She says he's gone. He's out. I think he left the cave, and she seems like she's gonna go look for him.
Nibdi tells her, "You probably should stick with us."
So seems she doesn't seem to respond, and then you hear her scream, and then
Oh,
she
As her
comes.
name.
Her name does not appear, but she comes sort
Oh,
of.
okay.
She comes back in, face as white as a ghost. Um, I found him. He'd run outside. I don't know why, but he'd run outside. Um, he just was so freaked out, and as I was standing there trying to convince him to come back inside the cave, a hulking white and crimson form careened out of the snow. That's probably not how she describes it. Grabs grabs him in a huge taloned claw and disappeared from sight. And she's like, we cannot go out there. And she's freaked out.
Okay.
All right.
Gabby
So,
sticks her head in the room and just kind of like looks around in the room ahead of us.
okay. So this room is a huge the whole room is a pit.
A pit?
A pit. Um
Does it just drop down right away, or does it have like a walk around?
The room is
thing?
75 feet wide and 55 feet long with a 35-foot high ceiling, or 30-foot high ceiling. The entirety of the floor is a 30-foot deep pit, partly filled with a thin fog. An elegant 10-foot wide stone bridge, worked to resemble bones, spans the pit. The walls are decorated with detailed frescoes depicting students in pursuit of profane knowledge. When you look around, I don't know if you looked at see if you were more looking at the frescoes or looking down in the pit. You tell me, Gabby.
She was looking more down in the pit into this fog. Does Gabby have any sort of idea if maybe we already encountered these weird magical owls, and now there's some other force outside? If maybe something happening in this cave is causing those things outside?
So you said you were looking at the frescoes?
I was looking down at the fog.
Oh, down at the fog. Got it.
I would be looking at the frescoes.
Okay. Let me see here.
Frescoes can help us date the cave. Now we know it's from the 70s because that's the last time fresco was. widely distributed.
I have Fresca in my fridge right now, so just shut up about that. I'm gonna go have a Fresco right now.
Yeah, actually, can we take like a quick 30-second break?
Sure.
Oh, Antonio, no.
They were they were tricked, Eric. Unlike you guys who figured it out to not let Antonio die, they made the mistake.
Fresca. Ah.
Anyway, boom boom. I'll make a quick break too.
Doesn't Fresca mean fresh in Spanish? I think it does.
I'm back.
Okay.
Yes, there we go. The man from the 70s.
All right. Hey guys, we got to wrap this up. I'm going to a key party later. Sorry. It's the only 70s reference I
Okay.
could come up with. All right. So, Gabby, you look down at the fog and you think you see something moving in there. Can you give me a perception check?
A perception?
Perception. And then okay.
But it looks like a.
Sorry about that. My headphones went in and out. But you do think they're moving. Something's moving down there. That
I
is.
see something, but I don't know what it is. Sorry.
And, yeah, you don't know what it is, and it's sorry, and it's very and there, but lots of small things as opposed to one big thing.
She kind of grabs Hawkins' like shirt and kind of tugs while looking down, like a little nervous.
And then Hawkins, you're looking at the frescoes, and you think that they represent a refreshing lemon lime drink, and you see powerful mages surrounded by scores of seated students taking notes and skeletal attendants cleaning, making deliveries, and bringing food. Under the watchful supervision of a mage, a student coaxes a spirit from the body of a recently deceased human. Several students conducting a ritual in a graveyard that calls the dead from their graves while nearby townsfolk run away screaming. Students vivisecting a screaming gnome, while others take careful notes about the poor creature's anatomy. The final fresco depicts two elder mages standing over a kneeling apprentice cutting off her own right hand.
Yikes.
Some detailed cave drawings.
Yep. I asked Gabby, how do you say class dismissed in Draconic?
Gabby's
Nifty
just
sees
tugging on
them.
you.
If Nifty sees them, looking at this mist up there. So he's going to step up and he's going to cast Destroy Water,
Okay.
which can destroy fog in a 30-foot cube within range.
Got it. How far is the range?
The range is 30 feet.
Perfect. All of the fog is destroyed, vanishes at the bottom of it, and you can now pretty clearly make out that it is writhing hands, single hands, hundreds of them on the bottom of this thing. And with the vanishing of the mist, they seem to be scabbing out. They aren't climbing the walls or anything, but they're like, they seem to be much more active.
Are they all like right hands, or is there a combination of right and left hands?
You notice that they are all right hands, Gabby. And Gabby, you then look up to see on the frescoes and take note that in the frescoes, all of the mages in the frescoes are missing their right hand.
Gabby sticks her right hand in her pocket.
And is the other one making a peace sign?
Yeah.
Oh, nice pull.
Nobody looks and he says, "This doesn't look right."
Just look down. Just look down. The right way is always down. Okay. Obviously, these mages didn't have the right stuff. So, anyway, we're done with that.
You must be right.
Yeah. So
maybe we should give them a hand.
What'd you say?
Maybe we should give them a hand.
Mm-hmm. All right. So it does look like the bridge crosses over this thing, and it looks like there's an exit from the room on the other side.
And the bridge looks really stable.
Totally stable. There's no chance that the bridge has a problem. This is the most stable looking bridge you've ever seen.
Sorry. What's
And
on the other
you can't
side?
go around the edge of the room. The only way across is
No,
over
it's
the
the
bridge.
whole ring. The whole room's a pit. It's like Star Wars style or something.
What's on the other side?
Who even built this?
Just it looks like it continues on. It's just a tunnel that continues on. It's not like a door or anything. It's just a tunnel. It's another hewn tunnel that goes on. Like this is all an area where it's made, I believe.
Hawkins will try.
Before you go, Hawkins,
Like I'm just going across.
Nobody reaches out and touches Hawkins,
Guidance?
and he pronounces guidance.
Pronounces guidance. I like that. All right, Hawkins, as you carefully step your way across, it seems like you are having no issue going across. How far do you go all the way across, or what are you doing?
Yep, I'm gonna cross all the way.
Okay. Last couple steps, he like high steps it. But he's across, no problem.
All right.
That's always when you get slammed, right? When you're high stepping.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody reaches down and touches Gabby on the top of the head and says, "I give you guidance too."
Gabby cautiously crosses over the bridge, trying not to look down. Don't look down.
Okay, don't look at hands.
She's creeped out by all the hands.
You don't look down, but you, as you're walking across, you do look at the frescoes where you do see everybody missing a right hand. But you make it across as well.
So now we've got the wolf and what's her name and Nibdi on the other side.
What's her name wants to go next, and so she goes and she's able to cross without a problem.
All right. Nibdi motions the wolf and says, "You should go next."
The wolf is pretty unsure about following you guys at this point. I'm like not sure, but he crosses. He crosses, and he just looks like he barely makes it across because he doesn't want to go, but he goes across.
All right, good luck, guys.
He turns around and walks out.
Did you say is there a handle?
Yeah.
There's a handrail on the left.
No, handle on the door.
Oh, I bet you.
Is there a handle on the door?
There's no door. There's just an opening. But I do like the idea that there's a handrail on the left-hand side, but not on the right, because they couldn't use it.
All right, Nibdi touches himself on the head and says, "You be guided, boy." And he's going to attempt to cross.
He comes across fine. See, the guidance spell is really powerful. If you cast it, like, bridges don't
Nothing can go
collapse.
wrong.
Yeah, walls don't. Nothing throws javelins at you. No arrows come shooting at you. All right, you guys are across.
Yep. Head down the, I guess, is it a corridor or is it just a doorway into another room?
That doesn't really say. I think it's somewhere here. So it just says the stone bridge leads to the next chamber. So I guess I don't know if there's a short whatever, but you find yourself in the next chamber, which I have a map for. Oh, it didn't come up. Is this? Just look real quick. Okay. So yeah, the way the map has it is it's kind of like, I guess maybe this is the other edge of the bridge is the way it actually. I was thinking it was a tunnel, but it's. And I think it was 10 feet wide, but this is 15. But whatever the case,
Okay.
you cross the bridge and you're into this room. While numerous collapsed chambers are spread throughout the ancient complex, the only this is just not anyway. Whatever. The only opens lead to this room. A large 70-foot wide rectangular room. Oh, and loud noise again. Sorry. A large 75-foot wide rectangular room. The floor in the center of the chamber is broken open, and chunks of ice lay strewn about. Pictograms depicting a staff made of stone or ice, possibly chardoin, line the walls. This chamber is frigid compared to the rest of the colloquium. It seems even colder than the blizzard outside. The partially collapsed rear of the chamber leads to an icy tunnel that slopes upward, perhaps towards the surface. The ice is free of dust and seems new. Chunks of ice lay strewn upon the floor, concentrated around a depression 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep that's been rent in the center of the chamber. It's plain to see something. There's nothing plain to see there. Complex pictograms line the walls, and text is carved under them in several different languages, including Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Elvish. I will hand you those.
I'm going to take the time to ready my shield just in case.
Got it.
All this necromancy has me feeling nervous.
Understandably. In just a second, you guys should see the text. Okay.
This more of this draconic.
So, what you guys gonna do?
I'm going to step into the room.
Okay, you're all stepped in. You guys are in. You can see the room, right?
I was reading the pictogram.
Yeah, we're trying. It's a lot to read.
Yeah.
Reading the thing, but I don't see us in the room. I still see the picture of the door with the gems underneath it.
Yeah.
Oh, did I not drag you guys over? I thought I dragged you guys over. I apologize. My bad. I'm here. Where are you guys? Yeah, I didn't drag you over. Okay. And there.
So basically, That's a story about the crystal shard from the book, The Crystal Shard, and its history. So this is a hole in the middle of the room?
Yes, it's a depression that appears to be 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep. Although it looks black in this picture, I get the impression it's more like just,
Okay.
dirt or whatever.
And then
Or
these
ice.
two things across the way look like we could climb out to the surface?
They do look like they at least go upwards. It's not clear if they go, all the way to the surface or not.
But it looks like there might be some sunlight peeking down. Or what passes as sunlight in these days.
I don't know that you'd see sunlight because I think I don't know. I don't think you would. Also because you wouldn't see sunlight. Also because I don't. Yeah, I just don't. You don't notice it, but on the other hand, dim light doesn't take very long to sort of die out. If it's 40 feet, it's probably not going to shine in, kind of thing.
Yeah, and a reminder, I do have dark vision.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, you can see. I'll assume that you have dark vision, so you have light, but you can see the room. But you can see that it looks like there's gaps. It looks like there's a hole that that is kind of climbing vertically in a way. It just doesn't actually mean that there's light shining in.
Okay, I'm gonna try and skirt around the edge here like this, and try and make my way to these areas here. But I'm gonna keep my attention on the hole, in case anything pops out to attack. And I just tell everybody to keep an eye open.
Sorry, I just brought the wolf out. Okay, yeah, nothing seems to. You seem to be going along fine.
Okay, I'll continue over to here
Well,
and check out the area.
Okay, while he's doing that, what are other folks doing?
Gabby's kind of unconsciously petting the wolf. I don't know how he feels about that. And then motions to the wolf that she's gonna follow Hawkins the way he went.
Okay. And you
He's going to step up over here, and he's going to walk down and see if he can see down into this pit in the middle.
Okay.
How high is this elevation change? Because it looks like there's stairs that go up to this little arcade balcony.
I think 5 feet.
Okay. So I could hop up over the side.
Yeah.
Instead of going.
Yep.
Okay.
Suddenly the chamber shudders as an immense creature crashes into the room, filling it with a shower of snow and ice.
Crashes in from where?
There. And a rock, big chunk of ice comes crushing down on Stellaria.
Jesus.
God dang it.
And on the wolf.
The wolf came with me.
Nope, the wolf. You asked for the wolf to come with you, but he was crushed.
No, all that work for nothing. I like how you put big scary polar owl bear.
All right, everybody, roll initiative, please.
Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Woo! I'm on a 15.
Being really slow still.
How come it says no attribute found for Gabby?
It does that once in a while. It was doing that.
Oh, because I didn't choose my token before taking initiative, maybe?
maybe.
No,
I don't. I don't.
other
I don't
people
see
it.
that
Yeah,
yet.
I don't see it. So yeah, I think it has something different. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it was on. It was up before I rolled my initiative and Kevin rolled, so it's right above me.
It's a result of rolling your initiative, but it's not clear why. So
Yeah,
it's
or
only
something
showing to
weird.
you. Yeah, each person who sees it only sees it, but multiple people may see it for themselves. Is how it worked the other night.
Okay.
Did update with Gabby's. Okay, good. It actually updated this over the turn right. That looks pretty good. Okay, the Furball is up first.
The floor in this, so there's ice chunks that have fallen from the ceiling. The floor is broken. Does this look like a ice floor?
It looks more like to me like an icy dirt and rock floor. I'm going to say that it's not. For purposes of there's plenty of frozen water around if you have purposes that you want to do something with that, but it's not difficult terrain or slippery or anything like that. And then there is a depression that's 10 feet deep, where it's obviously where it's black.
Did the owl bear like crash in from the ceiling?
Yeah, he seemed to have, and it does appear that there's no way of escaping the way that he came, or the way that you guys came, I should say.
Okay.
So the floor, hang on one second. I'd be faster if Roll20 was faster.
Yeah, I know.
So the floor looks like ice, or the floor looks like it's dirt and stone. Like there's this pit that opens up, so it's not
It's
clear.
not solid ice. It's dirt and stone, but it's kind of icy.
Yeah,
Okay,
I would guess like dusting of snow, maybe. I don't know, or frost.
It's a cave. Caves are wet. It's cold. There's probably some frozen bits of ice here and there, but it's
but
not
it's
like
not
not
ice
like on the
underneath
lake.
him.
No.
Okay. All right. I think what Bimnibdi is going to do is he sees that guy. He's the closest to that guy, which is not a real great feeling. So he's going to head 25, 30. He's going to head down there, and as his bonus action, he is going to bring it into about here. And instead of a hawk, this time everybody sees. Come on, Roll20. A kind of a glowing incorporeal bear totem. And again, it has this 30-foot radius circle around it. And so you're going to want to stay in that area. Where to go? So that immediately grants Bumnibdi and Hawkins, and should Gabby, when she comes into the circle, a temporary additional 7 hit points.
Okay.
And you get advantage on strength checks and saves.
Nice. Okay.
Does she get the temporary hit points even though when you cast it she wasn't in it?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I'll research
you
that.
can research that and let us know.
If she didn't, then I would move it over to where she was in that radius as well.
Okay, that's fine then. Let's just assume that that's the case. Then we all get the temporary hit points. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it
your
does say
action.
each creature when it appears.
Okay, that's fine. So he'll have moved it to where it's in range. That's fine. Any other actions or any other movement or anything? Or bonus action,
not
right?
from here, no.
Okay. Next up is going to be Hawkins.
I am going to Guess I'm gonna set down my shield and string my bow and take shots at it while it's still there.
Actually, I apologize. Can I, after Bemidmi puts down this dealio, this big, scary polar owl bear, um, whoa, what happened? What happened? What the heck? Anything happen to any Bastard World, Tony?
No.
It still seems to be working.
Sorry, mine is like automatic auto scrolling me and doing weird things. Okay, sorry.
It did scroll.
That's bizarre. Yeah, it's just weird. Oh, maybe. Oh, I wonder if it was because the turn order is like way behind. That must have been what it was. Um, hold on for a quick sec. Um, oh my God, this is the worst it's ever been. Um, so he is it is going to with lightning reflexes. It moves towards Gabby. It's going to go its full move, which I think it moves. It's going to move 30 feet. Nope, it's going to move 40 feet. Okay, so
Stuart.
then Hawk, you can go next.
Like a legendary action, maybe.
It's unclear.
It
It's
moved
very
after.
quick. It moved after Namidbi did his thing.
Okay.
Did you move it?
No, it's not. It's here. I'm going to try to. There we go.
I'm still gonna pop a longbow shot at it.
Okay, go ahead and take a shot.
Oh, Jesus. No, that's a miss. It's a natural one.
Yeah, no surprise. It was you weren't expecting it to move and with such quickness.
You know what?
So.
I'm gonna action surge, and I'm going to shoot it again.
Shoot it again.
Okay.
14. It hits. You think it's going to plunge right into its body? Well, no, sorry. It hits its body. You think it's going to plunge into its body, into its gut, but its fur is crusted with like blood and ice, and it chips off and it breaks off, and it doesn't go in, causing him no damage.
What? Okay.
Meaning, it's as if his bloody, sticky fur is like it's an extra armor class for him. That's all.
Okay.
It's not that he's invincible to it. It's just that
So he just didn't take damage.
he didn't take damage, right? It's just it basically. All I was saying was normally it would hit, but he's got basically two higher armor class because of all this crud on his fur, so it didn't hit him. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, you gonna move or are you gonna stay there?
I'm gonna stay there for now.
Okay. Gabby, you're up.
Gabby is going to dash toward Hawkins,
Okay.
which is sorry, it's being really.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And now my map's just moving.
Sorry. That's because the.
So yeah, she's gonna dash all the way over to Hawkins. That's her. I think her action. Her turn.
Okay. Um. Sorry. Man. Okay. He is going to move. Um, and it goes all the way up to here as if it's trying to cut off your escape. Although it doesn't really look like there's much of an escape route up there. It would take some narrow climbing and stuff to get out of there. And it's going to attack Gabby.
What? Damn. Okay.
If it hits, she's gonna throw up shield. Because I have to decide that before I know what year to hit is. Yeah. Like,
Frankly,
I can see you roll
yeah,
it.
no, I
like,
know, but I'm fine with shield actually. You knowing exactly what I rolled. That's fine. In fact, I'm fine with you even knowing whether or not shield would protect it or not. Well, you'll know that when you see the numbers, so I'm fine with that. Whoa, it's not doing anything. God, sorry. It's just not even. I guess I'll roll a d20 because it's not.
I wonder if there's a lot of games going on.
We've never had it like this. I mean, I think it's got to be down. I think they've got to be having. It's something's got to be right. Okay, there we go. Do you want to shield that? Can you shield 19?
no.
Okay.
I mean, I can put shield up, but it's not going to do anything.
Okay. 14 piercing damage.
Gabby's down.
Okay. He's going to step across your body, and he's going to attack Hawkins with his claws. She actually. And we wait. And we wait. Ah! There it is. 13's gonna miss, right?
Does she still have movement to get to me?
Yep.
Okay.
Her first movement was after Gabby's turn. Wasn't on her turn.
Oh, okay.
So. All right, but she misses you, and that's the end of her turn. I assume the 13 is.
Right.
Yeah, because you have your shield up.
Yeah. I got a 15 now.
And she's standing on top of Gabby right now. I just couldn't with anything to move her.
I guess I'm gonna forego donning my shield, but
Well, you have your shield out. You already said you had your shield out. Oh.
Yeah, but I had to remove it so that I could shoot the longbow.
Oh, got it. Sorry.
And I did not expect her to be able to move so quickly.
Oh. There we go. Sorry. Now. Okay.
Okay. Taking a swing. Oh Jesus.
Tell me what I don't see it. Tell me what you did.
It's a 9.
Okay. It's a miss. Okay.
Oh wait, did we skip Beam? Did we skip Beum's turn? I think we did.
He did the polar bear thing.
No, but that should have been Hawkins. I just asked Hawkins to take an attack, but it's actually Beum's turn. Sorry.
Oh.
I'll let you re-roll when it's your turn, Hawk. Beum, what's your what are you doing up there?
Did I get the sense that the owl bear even knew I was there? Like, did I get the sense that it didn't know I was there and just went for Gabby, or that it knew I was there but specifically went for Gabby
You think
instead.
it went for Gabby as if it knew that she would be the easiest one to kill?
Okay.
You think that this is not, again, not your average owlbear and not like the wolves and more like the owls, just a nasty MF, just for the sake of being a nasty MF.
Okay. Bumnibdi is going to yell out to Hawkins to run, and then Bumnibdi is going to make a bunch of noise, and he's going to go 60 feet, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Actually, I'll probably go this side.
Hey, quick question. I know the polar bear is sitting where it is right now, but had we decided that Gabby was in its aura?
It was when I made it cover her because I could have moved it.
And he was also going to have it cover Hawkins, so yeah, so it's still covering you.
Okay, then Gabby is sitting at 7 hit points.
Sweet.
Oh, okay.
Would that second hit have missed Gabby?
What was the second one?
13. You would have shielded it?
Yeah, I would have shielded it.
Okay, got it. Because you had how many hit points before you went down?
I didn't. I had 14 plus the 7 temporary.
Oh, you did. You were at full. You were at full at 14. I thought you. Oh, that's right. 'Cause I keep looking at that. You were at full. Okay, so yeah. So you're. So yeah, 14. Yep. So you've got 7.
Or no,
Okay.
I have 6. Sorry, I was at 13.
Okay. So then it's still here. It didn't attack Hawkins. It attacked you with the second one. You cast shield to block it, right? Or does the 13 not hit you? Does the 13 hit you?
A 13 would, yeah.
Yeah, so you blocked it, and so that's where we are. And that was the end of its turn. Now, Boomyidni, what are you doing up there?
So I moved back to where I was because this changes things a little bit. What he's probably going to do is he's probably going to run 10, 20, 25, 30 to here. Actually, he'll go to here, and then he's going to, well, let me double check the range, sorry. Nope, he will go to there. And then he is going to cast Earth Tremor.
Earth Tremor. Cool.
Once I can get roll 20 there with me. And so to cast, I just click on the name of it, Scott?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there we go.
And it's going to ask you for a level, usually.
Yeah, which I only have first level, so that makes it
Well,
easy.
but it'll ask you if you want to cast a higher level anyway, if you ask it anyway.
I don't have higher levels.
No, I know, but I think it asks you that anyway. Just be on the lookout for it. It might ask you for it anyway. Okay. It needs to do a con save.
He needs to do a dex save.
It
says
Thunder
Constitution
Wave
save.
popped up instead of. Yeah,
I'm
Thunder
sorry,
Wave popped up instead of Earth Tremor.
Did I click the wrong one? Thought I
I
clicked
think
Earth
so.
Tremor.
They're easy to get backwards in your mind. I had the same problem.
I will go back and click Earth Tremor.
Okay, but is it dex save?
Yes. Oh, I bet I did click the wrong one, yeah.
And you should credit yourself with a spell.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So it makes it save.
Okay, and so it is not prone.
And does it take half damage? Oh, no damage, it looks like.
I think it takes no damage.
Yep, that's what the thing says. Okay. And then are you done there, or are you moving? Or are you doing a bonus action?
I am going to do a bonus action. And do hidden step, so basically he disappears.
Okay. Got it. Just for me, just for my sake, does he actually move, or is he just invisible?
I think he would want to move, but I need to make sure I still have movement. He was here. Nope, he has no more movement, so he actually stays in the same spot.
But he's invisible.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay, that's the end of your turn.
Yes.
All right. Before Hawkins takes action, this 14-foot tall owl bear leans down and opens its mouth, and a blast of frigid air comes pouring out. Noel, 30-foot cone. Can he only hit 2 of these, or can he hit all 3?
30-foot cone. I think he would only hit 2, and he would either have to choose.
He'll do Gabby.
Gabby and Hawkins.
Yeah, he's gonna do Gabby
Gabby
and Hawkins. That's the way that would make the most sense. Okay, I thought so. I just want to make sure. If Hume was one, well, and especially he would do that anyway because he doesn't see that. So all the more reason he would just he doesn't see Hume. So you guys go ahead and make a con save. You want a 13 or higher.
Okay.
You're gonna take cold damage and slashing damage, or half as much on the successful save.
All right.
It's slow.
Nope.
Okay, you'll take. Yeah, that's not gonna make it. You're gonna take 18. So 9 cold and 9 slashing.
Okay.
Nice save for
Not
Gabby.
looking good for our heroes.
Gabby saved, but I think 9 damage is going to be too much still. I'm
So
sorry.
it's cold.
It's 4 cold and 4 slashing. Do you have resistance?
Yeah.
Sweet.
But
So 2 cold and 2.
But that's all I have is 6. So
Oh, because also you got the round down because they were both 9s. I'm like, okay, they're 4. That gets you there. 6. Okay.
Oh, 4. So that would only be 4 damage, right? Not 6.
No, 4 and 4, and so she gets 2 and 4 for the resistance, right? Because it's 9 and
I have
9,
resistance
then
at
4 and 4, then 2 and 4. That's what I mean. It's like so close. Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay, Hawkins, you're up. Gabby is unconscious below you.
Oh Jesus! I'm down at 9 hit points right now.
And as Gabby falls, a potion of enlarge rolls out of her pocket.
It's still an action to take it though. I won't
Pick it up.
survive another round. I'll step protectively over Gabby's fallen form, and I guess I'll take a swing. I say, "Get out of here!"
Get out of here, you big dumb ape.
Has Gabby's turn come and gone? Did I need to do a death save?
Nope, it's still Hawkins' turn. We're not using the turn order because it slows it down.
Okay.
But we're on Hawkins' turn.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a 21 to hit.
That's going to hit.
Nice.
8 slashing.
Nice.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to do second wind.
Okay.
Jiminy Christmas. Where is it? D10.
Gabby, you want to do a death save?
6 plus.
I want to,
Oh, I
but
didn't want to do that. Shoot, sorry. I just did. I just clicked. Go ahead, Gabby. You can do it. I just clicked on the turn order thing, so it's going to move the thing around. You want to, but did you say?
it's being.
Oh, the
It
API is
will
dead
do it
too.
when it is ready.
Yeah, the API is dead too. So if we have anything with the Mac, with an API macro, which is I think just the combat thing. So okay. Oh no, it's apparently API is dead because it's still moving
Still
around.
counting one from before though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still crazy. Okay, so it's big scary polar owlbear's turn.
Yeah.
Hume, you're still invisible, right?
Correct.
All right, so he's going to.
Hang on. Something doesn't seem right there because I was invisible before, and the owlbear took a turn and breathed on them.
Yep.
So
No,
it seems
the
like
owlbear did not take a turn and breathe on them. The owlbear, after your turn, took a legendary action. and breathed on
Legendary.
them.
okay. I just
That's
want to
why
make
he
sure we got
seems
the
like
right
he's
turn
so
order.
difficult. He's doing things after your guys' turns in addition to his that. So now it's his turn. Of note is he did not do anything after Hawkins' turn or Gabby's turn, but he is now on his turn. He's going to bite Hawkins or try to bite Hawkins, and then he's going to try to claw at Hawkins. And it's yep. And neither of those have gone through. Okay, the beak is 11, isn't going to hit.
No.
15?
15 is what he needed.
15
What
slashing
she
damage.
needed.
15? 15 slashing damage.
Yeah.
And Hawkins, I think, goes down.
Nope.
No? Yeah, good.
I
Okay,
think
I was reading Gabby's points. I see. I was a little confused. Okay, Hume, it's your
2
turn.
hit points.
It's your turn. Round 3 begins.
Okay. This time I think he will do the Thunder Wave.
And Hawk, you had those temporary hit points, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was all eaten up by that breath weapon.
Yeah.
I can maybe take 2 rounds. Maybe.
I'm not sure Roll20 can take 2 rounds. This one he's going to have to do a con save for?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just may as well get that going.
Yes, nice damage.
What was it? I can't see it.
Wow, next damage. Very nice.
And is that your last spell, or you still have one spell remaining?
I still have one.
That's what I thought, because that, yep.
I got reminded to update it, but it hadn't decremented it before, so I was waiting for it to decrement so I could increment.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, he makes a save. Is that half damage?
Yeah.
See?
Thunder Wave. On a successful save, it takes half damage, and unfortunately,
And
it's not pushed.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I can't transform as a bonus action. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's an action to transform. It's a bonus to transform back.
Okay.
And you're visible again, obviously, right?
Yes. Once I forced him to take a damage roll, I became visible.
Got it.
Not a lot I can do. I think I will step around behind him. If I don't know if I can get actually behind him, but I can
You can.
get over here.
Get behind it.
Can I get all the way behind him?
Sure. Flanking. Are we playing Pathfinder?
Okay, and I think that's all I can do.
Okay. Yeah, because you'll just move angling around him, so it's just 5, 10, 15 to get around him. Okay. Before Hawkins is able to take an action, she lets out a blood-curdling roar. Could you all make a wisdom saving throw, please? DC 13 we're looking for. DC 13.
And actually, oh, it's not a strength saving. Okay.
I'm gonna use my inspiration here.
Yeah. Good time to use it, maybe.
And it doesn't help.
All right.
Sorry, waiting on roll 20.
Yep. Are you using your inspiration, Kev, or are you just doing regular?
I'm going to do regular.
Yep.
Although I can choose after I roll, but before you tell me the result.
No.
Although you already told us what we needed for the result.
Yeah, no, you don't get to. That's not the way inspiration works. Inspiration, you don't get to choose after. That's a bardic
inspiration.
Right.
Inspiration.
Yeah. But
I was thinking about my guidance.
Yeah. No, it's all good. You're good. Hawkins is frightened.
Frightened? That's what I thought.
Turn. Or until the end of her next turn, sorry. Yep.
Okay. Well, then this attack's going to be at disadvantage. You know what? What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to don my shield.
There you go.
Because that doesn't require a roll.
Yep, that's good.
My AC goes up to 17. Hopefully I don't die.
Okay.
Need to move away if he was afraid of her?
No, you just can't move any closer.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No, it's good.
There are certain abilities that require you to do that, but not this one.
All right. After Hawkins' turn, before Gabby rolls for her death save, big scary polar owlbear turns around and she makes a claw attack on the furbog.
Quick question while you're preparing that.
Yeah.
Giving Gabby another oyster is probably an action, not a bonus action?
It's going to be an action, yeah.
Okay.
Gabby, would you like to make a death saving throw while this thing is deciding to roll?
It's thinking.
Okay, cool. Probably not going to have to kill you, Kev, so we'll just continue on. Now it's its turn now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so one for the good, one for the bad for Christina.
Yeah.
And, does a 13 hit you?
It does not.
Okay. All right, then it's going to, on its turn, it's going to do a beak and a claw action on you. And then that's going to be, I'll tell you what it's going to be. Let's see, I don't think either of these hit. 11 beak and a 10 claw.
Nope.
It wouldn't have had advantage on doing it against you, would it, Hawkins?
No, I just have disadvantage on everything.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yep, Bume, it's your turn. We in round 4.
Trying to figure out who it's better to heal at this point. Hawkins or Gabby?
Heal Gabby. Heal Gabby.
Yeah,
Bring her
probably
up.
so,
We
because
need
she's
to
making death saves. So, all right. He will get out an oyster and slide that sucker down Gabby's throat again.
So he'll run around the
You're
creature
gonna
to get
move
next to
back.
Gabby.
I thought she was kind of underneath the owlbear, but yeah.
No, she's under me. I stepped over her body to protect her.
I don't know if you can get. Can you get out of there?
I can get out. I don't know if I can get 5, 10, 15.
5, 10, 15, 20. You can get, yeah, it's just 20 to get to her. The next to her, yeah.
Okay. Slip that to her. And then
Poor thing. She's the one that's eating all the clams.
take 2 more steps back over to here.
Okay.
I don't know if it's really doing any good to try and be on the opposite side, but I don't know how fast it can turn or attack on either side.
You saw the frost breath, so it does seem like maybe there's a reason to try to stay apart for that reason. Don't get in the line.
And that is about all I can do.
Okay.
Oh, well, I bent down and I gave her the.
That's
an action, not a bonus action. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, and then after your turn, she again tries to claw at you.
At Bume?
That's Bume, yep.
Or at me?
No, Bume.
Okay.
Because I didn't turn around, but she was turning around. She attacked him, and she's watching him. Okay, I'll let you know when it comes up, but it's not going to kill you, so we keep moving. Hawkins.
Okay, I'm going to step out of Gabby Square, and I'm going to swing at this beastie.
Okay, swing away.
Go away! We don't want any.
Bume, does a 24? Bume, does a 24 hit?
Wait, let me check.
Oh wow, Hawkins crit.
19 damage. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
So 24 hits, 18 damage, Bume.
18?
Yikes. Oh, that's harsh.
Okay, so it takes 19. Bume, I think, goes down.
No.
Well, he had the temp, right?
Oh, yeah, the temp. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. That's right. Sweet. He's got 4 left.
Yes. Well, it's
Nice.
18 damage. He had 7, so 11. Yeah, so 4 left.
Okay. After Hawkins' turn, she's gonna try to again hit Bume with a claw. While
The
that's coming up.
didn't draw any attention?
No.
Damn.
Still have to use your target.
Trying
all right.
to draw aggro.
Yep. Gabby, what would you like to do? You're back up and with it, but prone. Does a 20, sorry, Bume 24 hits for 10 slashing.
Bye.
Bume goes down.
She turns her attention back to Gabby and Hawk.
Gabby's gonna try hypnotic gaze.
Nice.
But he's got to make a wisdom save, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
She goes for a wisdom save. Okay, she makes it.
Damn.
That's my turn.
Okay. Got it. After your turn, Before her, she attacks Hawk with her claws. Does a 16 hit claw or Hawk? No.
Nope. Got my shield.
Okay. Being the only one that she hasn't killed yet or knocked unconscious, she's going to try to beak and claw you. Since she didn't even seem to notice the hypnotic gaze. Boom, boom, bum, boom, boom, bum. Come on. Oh my god, so painful. Maybe after this one, I'll just start rolling a d20, just because it's just taking so
Yeah,
long.
might be better.
The beak was a 22, the claws were a 10. 8 piercing. Beak was a 22, that hits, right?
That hits, but I grit my teeth and I am still alive.
8
because
piercing?
it didn't do over 22 damage, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, so I do my I have my whatever relentless endurance.
Nice.
Yeah.
What does
So
not
I've
kill you
used
makes you
both
stronger.
my half orc abilities, so I can die now.
Okay. You can die a happy orc or something. Okay, then the claws don't get you with a 10. So that's the end of its turn. Bume, do you want to make a death save?
Sure. Go on to the next because
Yep.
no reason to wait for roll 20 on this.
It's going to again let out a roar. Gabby and Hawk, do you guys want to do a wisdom save?
This is brutal.
You're looking for a 13.
Hey, I made it this time.
I think I clicked it. I don't really know.
Bume was one to the ad. Okay. It'll come up in a sec, probably. Who knows? Hawk, you're up. While we wait also for Gabby's wisdom save. If it doesn't come up, you can all do 20 there.
She made it.
There
Well,
we
no,
go.
this thing, did it come up? I don't see it.
Yeah, it just
There it
came up
is.
on my
Oh, that's funny. It doesn't come up on mine yet. Oh, there it is. Yahoo! Okay, cool. All right, you guys both made it.
Damn it! Oh, I didn't have advantage, so I'm guessing that's a miss.
13's gonna miss.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. After your turn, she's going to take another claw at you.
Yeah.
15's probably not gonna hit.
Nope.
Okay. Gabby, your turn.
Gabby will cast color spray.
Okay, what you have to do on that one?
I have to roll 60-10. I'm just gonna do it on the.
Yep. Does she get a save?
No.
No, it's
It's
based on
hit points.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good roll.
What did it roll?
32.
Okay, and what happens?
It goes through creatures in that cone, which I didn't include anybody else. And they in ascending hit points, and they are blind. Yeah.
She has more hit points than that.
Well, then she's not done. There's nothing.
Still remaining because she got
Yeah,
damaged
yeah.
once. Okay,
Yep.
just double
She's
check.
got damaged a couple times actually, but
Yeah,
she's got
yeah,
more remaining. Yep, unfortunately.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
Okay.
Somebody slip me a clam.
All right. After Gabby's turn, it's her turn, and she's going to attack Hawkins once with her beak and once with her claws. The beak is going to miss. 3 on the die. The claws are a 19.
Yep, I'm down.
Yeah, minimum damage 7.
Yeah, no, I'm down. I had 1 hit point left.
Okay. And she looks at Gabby, turns to Gabby, lets out a roar, and then turns and busts through a wall, and vanishes presumably up to the surface. In her wake, Gabby sort of is trying to sort of take in all that she's seeing. She sees that by busting out through the wall, somehow or other, she opened a different, older tunnel that looks like it may be a proper tunnel that you guys could escape through, because neither of these two are ones that you could. And that you take in that there's some, looks like some, like maybe some archaeologists or something, some dead bodies in the hole that was created, or in the tunnel, not the hole that was created, but the tunnel that was opened up. But Gab, you have the time, and you're able to get the healing into Hawkins and Buell that they need to be able to recover.
Okay.
Okay. Completely beaten down and broken. You guys look and check on what's her name and the wolf. You go back to the other side, and actually, it looks like the wolf had just been knocked out and was not completely crushed by the piece of ice, as opposed to Blair or whatever her name was completely crushed and no recovering her. So you're able to take some time and stabilize the wolf, and you guys all take some time down here to rest up just to get healthy enough to make the trek back out, and you're able to head out towards limping along towards the blizzard seems to have passed, and by the next day, and you're limping out um, towards whichever of the 10 towns you felt like was closest. Um, One thing you notice on the way out is you check on what the story is with these bodies of these archaeologists, and they look like they were here a long time ago. But you do see that one of them has a pair of goggles with black crystal lenses with brass and black leather frames, and you think they might be useful and maybe of magic of some type, so you take them with you. But as you're heading out, a hulking shape emerges from the snow and resolves into a Goliath in heavy furs with an immense bow in their hand. Su'uk one feather tun the lakaka. The Goliath heard and felt the collapses and was investigating it, and that's how he came upon you. He offers you salted meat, water, and he tells you of a shelter nearby Worm Doom Craig. The Goliath is interested in what's happened to you and is empathetic for what you've been through. If you mention the owlbear, he acknowledges seeing the great beast and is awestruck by the character's description. He tells you that their chieftain, who's named Old Goat, will no doubt be interested in hearing their story. And you're able to make it to Worm Doom Craig and able to take some time to recover from your really bad wounds, both emotional and physical, and take your time to recover to decide on what your next actions are going to be. And that's where it ends.
Oh boy, that was a mite brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's getting in all those legendary actions, like in between everything we do.
Yep.
Bad birds, bad birds. What you gonna do?
Yeah, or he did the dirty bird. So
Scott, can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was that run as written?
That was run as written. It's runs. You have no chance. Well, it's not that you don't have any chance. I mean, if you beat him, you beat him. But if you beat him and knock him
Yeah.
to 0 hit points, he runs out of the thing. If he beats you guys down to where he's going to kill you all, he runs out of the room. So it's sort of written. It's like it's meant to be. And this whole thing, and I'm interested in your feedback on this because it's an interesting one. I appreciate what they were trying to do. I think is that they were trying to this whole episode, well, not this whole episode, but a good chunk of it's called The Thing, and that's how they talk about how that was an inspiration. That's what they were trying to do, is create that sense of dread where like all this stuff is going on around you and you don't know where it's coming from, and then you're faced with this evil, but it's almost worse to be not killed, right, and you just still have this hanging over you. I think that's what they were trying to create, was a sense of terror. For example, the room with the hands. If you fall into the pit, you land on the hands, you don't get bludgeoning damage, but then the hands all start to attack you. But there's no reason you never fall into the bridge. There's no possibility, unless you jumped into the pit, that you were going to fall into the pit. The only thing I did change was that the gems you found, each of those two rooms had a small fight. And there was no way I was going to be able to, there was no way we were going to be able to do that in time, obviously. We already ran. So I kicked that out. And with the other group, just so you know, they didn't even do the puzzle. I basically just said, here's how you solve the puzzle, and you did it. And you went to these other rooms, you fought some things, and we moved on. Because it was like they were so far behind, and I wanted them to get to the final, the final
And
battle.
let the record show we did not beat the owlbear.
No, in fact,
That was the next question.
You guys may have lasted longer, I think, by your popping up and stuff. I mean, they did have a barbarian, so that helps for the raw damage. But yeah, there's the owlbear was, I think it was at like 75% of its hit points or something like that when it just wasn't. When Gabby did that spell, and the other thing is he always makes 3 saves per day that he doesn't otherwise make. Now, as it turns out, every one of those saves he made anyway. So he didn't even use those. But when Gabby did the thing and it didn't have a save, I'm like, hey. But then I think he had 50 hit points or something, and you only had 60-10. It was like that would have taken a pretty remarkable role. I was looking forward to it, but that would have taken a pretty remarkable role. So I know that's.
I mean, I could.
Go ahead.
I could see a group of 4th levels giving it a run for its money.
Oh, I think 4 4th levels would actually be a fair fight. In fact, it'll be interesting because, I think that's the case. I think it's more that you're second level characters.
Was this rated for 3rd level?
No, it's rated for first. It's rated for 1st level.
You're supposed to lose this fight.
Nobody would make it on 1st level. Like, what would
you're
even
not
be the
supposed
point?
to. Like,
you'd have a good chance of a TP. I'd be worried about giving it a TPK.
Yeah, I mean, the damage it was doing, every time it hit me, if I was a 1st level, I would have been killed outright.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a 1st level, because you guys are an average party because you're 2nd level, which is above the average, but then you're only 3, so you're below, so it makes it the average. But this is the first, you weren't supposed to do Mother Tusk. Most people are starting with this. This is their first module.
It's supposed to scare the shit out of you. That's their goal. This is a non-winnable fight to most 1st levels.
But when you're doing 18 damage a hit,
I know.
And you have a sorcerer or a wizard, that's outright death.
And it says,
just crazy.
And it says specifically, it will go after the weakest character. It will take opportunity attacks, run through the group, and attack the weakest character, which is fun, but it's not fun for like a 1st level party. And that's where I wonder a little bit. Like, I could tell, part of me was like, you guys are doing a good job of popping back up, but part of me was like, no, we want this to end quickly so that he can just run away. Because as it went on further, you guys felt like it was wearing you guys out emotionally. Like, less and less.
That was a problem too, though, because you had intentionally set forth that it was keeping us from escaping, right?
Oh, right.
So running away didn't seem like an option anymore because it would just keep us down.
Well, but there's nowhere to go.
My thing was,
let the record stand. Gabby only ran away, and she was knocked down. And then in one fell swoop. So running away wasn't an option.
No, and I was just hoping that 2 people would be down. Once 2 people were down at once, he was just going to do that thing, or she was just going to do the thing where she just roars with no effect and then just bursts out. But you guys kept saying, you guys were very good at making sure at any given time no more than 1 person was down. It's just
it was rough. I mean, I wouldn't classify this a fun adventure.
Yeah. And I don't think it's meant to be.
I mean, to me, I think for story, the worst thing you can do is have NPCs that you save that in the end you can't save.
Oh, and that was the other thing.
You know, I think that's terrible design.
Yeah, and I felt bad after I realized that I had the wolf die. That's why I had him. You discovered these. But it also says that each of those people, there's nothing you can do. Each of those three people are going to die.
Yeah.
So
I also feel like this isn't like, I know we're running this all the same people, kind of like a campaign, but this is supposed to be like AL, like setting like terror campaign I get, but like in AL, like for people who are just jumping into one thing, like that doesn't make it doesn't. I don't know.
Welcome to D&D.
Yeah, what probably would have been better.
This would not be something that I would consider fun for a first level.
Right. The way I'd rewrite it, I think, and I kind of thought of doing it, but I just didn't. What I should have probably done though is he goes in for like 2 rounds, and then and it's you guys are just scared, shitless kind of thing, and then the Goliath comes in and somehow is able to scare him, and like he runs off, and the Goliath kind of comes in, or she, he makes her run off somehow. And he sort of recovers you guys. It's still a little bit of the Deus Ex Machina sort of thing, but it's not so much of like you had no chance to kill this thing.
And if there's a reason behind it, because like, I mean, doing 19 damage in a hit didn't even phase it, right? So like, it would have to be something like maybe some kind of shrill whistle that has some behind the scenes meaning to the owl bear is why it leaves. But it's one of those things where in this particular case, I believe this module is terribly designed.
Yeah. Yep.
So one strategy that I started to execute when I thought Gabby was already dead the first time was I was trying to get it between me and the pit, and I was thinking I could use Thunderwave or Earth Tremor to try and push it into the pit. Would that have done anything?
We could have tried to do that, but the pit's only 10 feet deep.
It's only 10 feet deep. It would climb out pretty easily. It tries to do the same thing.
I didn't know how deep it was.
Yeah, that's okay. It's
fair. It would save 3 times if it failed automatically. So
yeah, that's the other problem.
No, but the reason why we could do it is because of that bear totem. Because we could have grappled and tried to drag it.
Oh, that's true.
And it's got no defense.
Yeah, if you guys didn't have those extra 7 hit points, you all would have been down. Well, the folks that got injured would have been down a lot faster.
And although it does have those 3 legendary resistances, which it didn't use any of them, I mean, that's the other thing, is it's got a strength of 20, stronger than any of you. So it's like...
but we all have advantage, right? So it would have been my athletics at advantage.
You don't have advantage on all checks. You just have advantage on perception, right?
No, strength checks.
No.
Oh,
athletics.
The bear totem was strength checks. The eagle totem was perception checks.
Yeah, so I mean, there's things, but even if you got
and I didn't bother with like the potion.
It's not going to do it, yeah.
Like the enlarged potion wasn't going to really do much. I was like, it would make me bigger, but it doesn't give me more hit points or anything. Like I was still going to go down.
Yeah, I think.
And you do. I think you like your AC lowers or something.
No.
And you do more damage, but.
No, it just gives you advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws, and then like any weapon you use does 1d4 extra damage, and you're an extra and you're one size larger. But it doesn't really. It didn't maybe my AC or anything like that, so I didn't see a point in drinking it.
Right.
Yeah, Hellbore tried that during the eagle encounter, the evil eagles. And it was worthless. It actually made it worse.
What made her more attractive? She got hit by 2.
Right.
Down. Yeah.
By the way, that encounter out of this thing, I thought was the best designed. I thought the eagle encounter, because it required tactics. You guys got tore up initially, and then sleep was extremely effective.
Yeah. It was really good.
We did it the other way. Varnoth grabbed the eagles when they came in. held him in a grapple, and then said, "Cut here."
Yeah, that was a good. That was a good approach too. Was grappling when they did it.
While Vlad was doing ranged attacks with Firebolt.
Yeah.
So both teams survived that encounter, with a medium amount of damage, but it required interesting tactics. Because if you just keep letting them come down, bite you, and dance off, you get cut to ribbons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in that last battle, I think the only way you could, at the level we're at, could have maybe managed that is if the two highest AC characters did like dodge every time, and then the other character was like moving around trying to stay out of range of the thing, trying to slowly whittle it away. I mean, how else could you avoid getting killed by that thing? You just have to avoid getting hit, and there's no other way really to do it.
Yeah, and like I said, like to avoid getting hit, I ran. I was already like
Right.
30 feet away, and I ran. I dashed.
Right, and it still caught up to you. Me. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how you can manage it.
The legendary actions were just killer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it have up to 3 legendary actions?
I don't think you heard it.
Sorry.
Did it have 3 legendary actions? Because then a larger party would have had more opportunities not to take legendary hits than the action economy would have been better. But
yeah, that was the other thing. Yeah, with the he had 3 actions, and although he had 3 points, right? 3 action points. So when he did the icy breath, that was 3. That took 3. So he did. That was the only time he did that one.
Okay.
But that was the first one, so he wasn't even close anyway. It kind of worked out that way, I think. The second one, when he did those roars, that was 2. So he still got an attack, which was a single. He normally, I think one round he did get 3 attacks in, but the other rounds he got 1 attack plus those 2. He got a roar each time. But and he was just doing the roar because I was hoping to get people scared and running, kind of thing.
You guys rolled really well on your saves too, like that frost attack. If you failed your save, you would have been held and had been at disadvantage. It's bad enough that he's whacking at you with what he whacks at you.
Right, because that's how Eric's character went down.
Yeah,
he got stuck in the ice.
Yeah, I mean, I took full damage from that, and I took 1 round of being frightened. It's just.
It's not so much the damage; it's the getting held, and you're at disadvantage for every hit, and it's already hitting at a pretty strong rate. So.
Yeah. So the dice were not with us in some parts too, so it really was pretty brutal.
I do feel like
the name of this
one? The Frozen North.
Scary polar owlbear.
Scary polar owlbear.
And I think, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, I do think again for AL, like if your intent is to scare the players, like to me in AL, like anything that's put in front of me, I'm assuming I'm meant to fight it and that I'm supposed to be able to beat it. And so if you want to instill that sort of like, oh shit, this isn't doable, you set it up that you see it wipe out like 5 NPCs in one fell swoop or something to like signal to me like, oh, this is bad news. Otherwise, I'm expecting like that something's been put in front of me that I'm supposed to be able to beat. Like that's just what I've come to expect from AL modules.
See, for me, like I still try to play where running is a viable option, unless like tonight, it was placed to us that running is not an option, right?
Yeah.
I mean the whole thing where it was intelligent enough to try and block our escape, I was like. And then it moves, like the Flash to go and tear down Gabby. Is like, there's no way we're getting away from this thing.
Yeah.
And so like, it's kind of like the little signals that you give that, like Christina was saying, this adventure, this module is signaling us that this is something we need to fight.
Yeah.
Yet it's also signaling to us that this is something we cannot beat, which is not a great thing to do. I mean, I could see doing that to tier 4 guys because by that time their ego is so big that you need to knock them down a peg or so.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's what Tomb of Horrors was for.
level 1 characters, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what I might do also is either not have it be where he comes through or she comes through and makes it so the area you came through isn't blocked, or that something else environmentally changes in round 3 such that it's separated from you guys and you guys have to just pack it and run. And even as it's doing that, it's tossing an ice block at you guys or whatever.
Surviving for 2 full rounds would be a pretty good accomplishment.
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
dicey with
Exactly.
all those legendary actions. If you can make 2 full rounds.
Yeah, so you do that and then give them a way out, and they still run away, and they're like, "What are we supposed to beat that thing?" And then they just have to sort of limp away and hope. The whole time they're hoping that thing doesn't come back and get them as they are heading out through the main cave
That would be a
entrance.
good
again.
revision.
I
Yeah,
know,
maybe
right?
it's still
Like
out there.
heading into town and like you're just paranoid the entire way back to town that it's behind you.
Yeah.
Well, and then especially then when you're like a big hulking shadow comes out of the fog, but then it turns out to be the Goliath.
Because that's the best ass. All horror movies have to have a. But wait, was it really dead?
Yeah, right.
You know.
So on a lighter note, the puzzle, if we had put the stones in the wrong way, would they have all just appeared in their slots?
They all would come back in their slots. So yeah, I was waiting for you guys to put the wrong stone in at the first, and we just got back to its slot. But yeah, you guys got them all right. So yeah, I thought the same way as you did that you were gonna have to do like when I first was reading the puzzle, I'm like, oh, you're gonna have to like not read it just the way it's written, but like if this comes before this, it was kind of trying to do that, and it wasn't. It was like, oh no, just how the words were
I
meant.
I didn't put together that the slots on the outside were probably where they came back out to, but also that before this guy went and collected them, they probably were in the door already, like they were just holding places, and that you were supposed to put them into the middle.
That would make sense.
It's like a pachinko machine if you do it wrong. And so my explanation for how Varna's team got through this was that they spent all night just randomly putting them in until finally it opened.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I kind of had a different take though about the whole thing. I mean, I didn't like dying, but at the same time, I was more ticked at myself because I thought I did a few things poorly that I could have done a little better. But after the fact of realizing that it wouldn't have really mattered if I did them better, it's like, that's okay. This is just something that wasn't meant to be. I mean, you just weren't meant to win this encounter, and that's okay. I mean, and then you get to go to this Goliath camp, you know.
Yeah. And Varnoth was trying to get that guy down with a grapple. He had the right idea, but he was never going to get it with all the legendary resistances. Right. He was never going to win that.
I think we got him down to one left, though.
Yeah.
See, my last ditch plan was gonna be to grapple the thing and yell to Gabby to get Bew out of here. But I mean, I wouldn't have lasted, more than a round, and I don't think she would have.
Grappling doesn't stop anybody. A basic grapple just doesn't let them move, and you could drag them around a little bit. And even if you prone them, the good news there is they have disadvantage attacking you, and you have advantage the other way.
Right.
That helps. That lets you last like twice as long. I still don't think that would be enough.
Not here, but on the birds, it was a very effective tactic for keeping them to stay in range.
Almost as good as casting sleep.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, just took a little.
I didn't know how many hit points they had. I figured it would knock them down pretty decently if they fell asleep, but then that they'd be prone on the ground and somebody could just go up and take them out if they didn't kill them outright.
Yeah, grappling them and just feathers everywhere, and then people hacked at them. Worked, but it was pretty messy.
So I'm going to add, just like I did into your player descriptions, I'll add a section about this. Can be just like you can do your logbook, but log sheet if you want. But I'll also put it in your character sheet, just like I did or not your character sheet, but in your bio or wherever it is your description. But I did send you guys in the chat a summary of the Illuminator's tattoo, as well as the Goggles of Night. And I think, it's up to you guys how you guys want to do it. I think what we kind of agreed was that each group of 3 would each take one copy of all the permanent match items you get. But again, if if you guys insist on it, the group agrees, then it's fine. If you want to do it differently, but and then I think you guys may have used up most of the stuff you got. I don't know, but if you remembered all the stuff you got, but like potions and stuff. We have the potion of growth.
The growth is still there.
Yeah.
And I think we have, if Gabby didn't use the potion of healing that we found and just did like a medicine check to stabilize one of us, then that could still carry over. But I'm sure the oyster clam thing was used. All three of them were used.
Yeah, I think all three were used, or if not, they're no good anyway. So, we're playing again in 3 weeks. I will, we'll see how it is. I think to some extent these Goliaths are sort of kind of your new mother Tusk. I mean, they're going to send you on an adventure, maybe the next couple, which is cool. And then I may do some role play beforehand. We'll see. You guys are obviously more, especially because I know you guys will want to. This is a chance for you guys to obviously level up and also to quote unquote like go shopping. So I'll try to open that up in some way so that there's a trader there that you can. Because I think we're going to start the next one not in town but actually there. So presume that there's a trader there that sells everything in the player's handbook for the same price as the player's handbook kind of thing. And then we'll
like
see.
magic scrolls and things like that.
Well, there's no magic, so you don't get any magic scrolls. So actual magic scrolls and stuff like that are never for sale in Adventures League. But things like the paper you need, utensils you need for if somebody needs to, if someone's got wizard spells or any of those kinds of things, you can get. Anything that you can get, like according to the, to AL's rules, you can get, if that makes sense.
I was actually surprised we made it through a Netherreal ruin without finding a spellbook.
Yeah, it's interesting they didn't. That's one of the things they didn't have. You guys found everything. I mean, there was nothing else to be found. Except you guys didn't open your lockboxes.
No, not yet.
I kept intending to, like when we were sitting somewhere, do it, but we kept doing other things, and I never opened
the other group opened the lockbox, but they still have not opened the sealed.
Right.
Yeah.
The,
Gabby's just carrying it to town.
the lockbox has silver in it.
Yeah.
The lockbox.
Yeah.
So Hawkins has night vision, viewability.
Yeah.
You don't, right?
Nope.
Do you want the goggles? Because I don't think
We
Gabby.
each can have them, right?
No, I think one person. There's
Our
one
default
for
agreement is
three.
one per
group of three.
But I don't see Gabby wearing them, so if you'd like them.
I'll go ahead and take them. They're not necessarily Bumnibdi's regular style, but we did end up down here. Now we've been twice in caverns, and so he's seeing a pattern of like needing to be able to see. So thank you, Gabby.
Yeah.
Are
you guys okay if I take the Illuminator's tattoo, or were you feeling like you wanted it?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Go for it.
I think with the magical scribing, it's right up Gabby's alley.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also like the idea of her having like a magical tattoo
She can
sort
write
of thing.
secret notes in her notebook.
Exactly. That's exactly. It's totally like it's exactly what a teenage girl would love to have. It's like she can write something. Only me and my BFF can read it. Anyway.
I literally bought my daughter one of those invisible ink notebooks things.
There you go. Exactly. All right, guys. Sorry, I hope it didn't frustrate you too much.
No. The RP was more fun than the combat. So that's usually how it is.
Yeah, no, you guys had some good RP in it. And, you can whatever story you want with the wolf. I don't think we should have the wolf staying with the group permanently. But if you want the wolf to kind of heal up or go back to the Goliaths, or maybe you can have the wolf become a member of their group or something like that.
Yeah,
that might be a fun thing.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, in terms of Hawkins' goals, He's big on keeping the ecology alive, right? So
Sure.
he's very green in that respect.
So is BMNibD. He's going to be a little disappointed to see the wolf go because he would have liked to have, maintained a good relationship with it, and working together with nature appeals to him. But yeah, he'll give it up.
We may see him in the
We'll see.
wilds around.
Yep. And you'll probably, you'll see him at the start of this, and I think if this is the place where you go for your next couple of things, I don't know. I actually haven't heard that far ahead, but who knows? Maybe you'll be in touch with these Goliaths more. Be able to keep in touch with them. Sort of like how we gave Blue up to Neil's wife Joe, and he's over there, and we get texts like we got yesterday saying Blue just ate a bird. So before they could, so it's like, oh, yeah, before they could get to it, I guess. And then she described the scene with her trying to pry Blue's mouth open while he's got this dove and he's chewing it, and Charlie's got a bag, he's trying to throw it out, and apparently Blue won the battle and the bird lost the battle.
That was probably a foregone conclusion.
Exactly.
What was the birds owlbear encounter?
Yeah, there does seem to be a big bird thing. Too many birds. All right, guys. Have a good weekend. We'll play again in 3 weeks.
Yep.
Okay.
See you then.
Sounds good. Good luck to the next Friday night team.
I guess.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for running, Scott.
No problem.